And I will now call the meeting to order. At this time, Commissioner Tate will deliver the prayer, and Commissioner Brown will lead the Pledge of Allegiance.
Let us pray. Heavenly Father, we thank you for this day. God, we thank you for our great nation, our state, and this county. Father, remind us once again, it's not about us, but about the people we serve. As we ask in Jesus' name, amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Before moving forward with the meeting agenda, I would like to turn the meeting over to Commissioner Tate for a special presentation.
Well, I was going to ask if we could actually add that item to the agenda, so it's,
Okay.
if that's okay, it's a
Yeah.
special present.
So we need to add that to the agenda.
Since we have a rule that says
All right.
we have to have an item added, you have to have a unanimous decision, so,
All right.
so I'm making that motion to
Okay.
add that item, if
Do
we
we have a
could.
second?
Second.
And all, favor say aye.
Aye.
To be unanimous, thank you. Okay. All right, this time now, before moving forward with the meeting agenda, Commissioner Tate is here for a special presentation.
Absolutely. Good afternoon. One of the greatest honor and pleasure it is to get to work with an elected official over the years that you've known before they go into their senior role that they're in, and to see them still serve as a man of character and valor. I think it's undeniable that everybody in this county, I was meeting with Topsail Beach on Friday, and I heard how he started his career early with them as a part-time police officer, how he went to go work with EMS as an EMS coordinator, led us through 3 major hurricanes that devastated our county and our region. And then he advanced himself by the people's choice to become an elected sheriff and served nobly, east to west, many years. I remember him coming to my house at 12 o'clock in the morning when Jimmy needed to be talked with. He had that special gift about himself. He is a wonderful father, wonderful husband. Above all, he's doing a great job serving God in the North Carolina General Assembly. I'm honored today to present the Order of the Lone Leaf Pine on behalf of Lieutenant Ramsey, Miss Samantha Jones, his lovely wife, Jennifer, if they would come on up, maybe. Natalie, if you'll come on up, please. We want to present this special award to Mr. Carson Smith, who indeed it was a job to get here today because he was mad at me. I've never known Carson get so upset with me as he did yesterday, okay? He didn't know what he had to come here to do. He thought he was coming to do a legislative update. So Jennifer and I worked that out. He's sitting here probably speechless right now. Can y'all join me? Come on, Representative Carson Smith.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman, it'll be with a minute, I promise. Mr. Chairman, may I say something briefly? Okay, yeah. I'm thinking of what to say as I get there.
Thank you. Thank you for doing this. Mr. Tate's right. Between my wife and him, they both wanted me at this meeting for some reason. And eventually I just came. Yesterday, actually, I told him I'd be here. No matter what, I'd be here.
Absolutely.
But most of y'all know, and this won't take long, most of you know I don't like stuff like this. I absolutely I don't like anything about me. But I did want to say just, I want to thank my family. And my daughter lives in Nevada and she's here, so it just so worked out. I don't know how that timing happened. But I thank my wife's here and her dad's here, and my daughter is traveled the world, but right now she's in Nevada. Not sure where she's going to be next. But I just want to say this. This is a wonderful country and a wonderful state we live in, and there are so many more people that deserve that. You know, I was sheriff a long time. A lot of this is because of that. I was sheriff 16 years, but I hardly did any of the work. The work was done by other folks, and it's kind of like at some point you might be the captain of the ship, but if nobody puts the sails up, or nobody rows the oars, you're going nowhere. So it's kind of hard to sit here and take something that other people kind of helped you get. But I appreciate everything, and I did start out in law enforcement and did my little stint twice of emergency management work, and then a pretty good run as sheriff, and probably a couple more years in me as far as what I'm really enjoying now is I represent this county in the House of Representatives. But again, I appreciate it. I appreciate y'all working to get me here. And you did. Mr. Chairman, I appreciate the time. I appreciate all the commissioners putting this on the agenda today, and it's a very special place to have this happen. Thank y'all.
I just want to say, I've known for a long time, and your daddy, your family, you served the county so well over the years, and so we really appreciate what you've done for Pender County and what you're still doing. Thank you very much.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, if you don't mind, Carson, I think you do deserve this. And it's your leadership and the kind of person that you are, which garnished all the respect from people around you. That's the reason why they did as much as they did with you and for you. So we appreciate what you've done for our county. You've given it a lot, and you do deserve it. So thank you.
I just want to say thank you for your service. I hadn't had an opportunity to work with you until I became a county commissioner in 2016. Having worked with you and seeing how responsive you are and seeing what you do for Pender County, you are, we can hold you up to our young people as something that they can aspire to if they have any inclination to a life of service. So thank you.
Okay, we'll move on. At this time, I'll accept a motion to adopt the agenda with added, or just added to it, and say, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Unanimous? Okay, thank you. All right, we'll move on to public information. Item number 5.1, county trade pool factors and tier status update. Mark, you will come up and talk to us.
Good afternoon. I'm Mark Seitz. I'm the County Extension Director. Excuse my voice. It just seems like all of a sudden everything's plugged up. I just wanted to come and give an update on the data from the poll factors. I've given this presentation to this board in previous years.
And we were looking forward to the updated report from this one.
Yeah, the delay was the Commerce Department I have to wait for their official data to come out. They didn't publish until the 28th of August, so anyway, that's why we're a little later than I was last year, the last couple of years. This is just a rundown. I've been with Extension almost 19 years now. A lot of previous experience. What I'm going to talk about quickly today about is the tier designations and how the economic pull, or the leakage, if you want to call it that, that counties have on one another. and show some factors that could be used to adjust this formula. When you look at counties around this state, obviously we have a lot of large urban counties. We have a lot, even more rural counties. We have counties like Pender that are kind of half and half. And so how do you compare those? It's almost like comparing apples and oranges. When you look at the southeast corner of the state, the blue bars are the agriculture and timber revenue data for the 18 counties in the southeast. Obviously, Sampson and Duplin County are our big neighbors in agriculture. Brunswick, Carteret, New Hanover are our big tourism counties. Pender's tourism data is up a little bit from last year. I'll leave that to Tammy Proctor, she can fill you in on that. But what do these industries do for our counties? Obviously, they create wealth, and they generate revenue that people spend. That money doesn't sit under people's mattresses or floorboards. It moves. And so the current formula the state uses measures counties' levels of economic distress. It's based on median household income, the unemployment rate in the county, population growth rate, and the per capita property tax valuations. And that tier status or that tier ranking impacts the county's eligibility for a number of economic development funding programs and grant initiatives. And I will qualify what I'm saying. I am not a professional doctorate in economic development assessment. I've done this kind of work for off and on for about 20 years. This is a pretty simple view of what can and does go on in the state. But my interpretation of the data the state uses is what I would call static economic measures. It doesn't really measure what happens between counties. So these four factors, the data is collected annually by the Commerce Department. They're sorted and ranked from 100 to 1. And then those ranks are added together. And the formula is there at the bottom. It's basically the rank value or the index value for income, population growth, unemployment, and per capita property tax valuation. Here's, under this formula, here's where Pender County stands in 2021. We are ranked as the 12th largest economy in the state. That's driven, well, it's driven by our median household income, our population growth rate, and our relatively low unemployment rate. As far as our per capita property tax value, under this index, we are ranked 69th in the state, which would, on that factor alone, would rank us as a tier 2 county. And as anybody who lives in this county knows, our property tax values are not going down. So,
For the benefit of the folks that are listening at home who may not know, can you explain what you mean when you say tier 1, 2,
okay,
and how that is significant to this conversation?
yeah, that's
Thank
right
you.
here. Tier 3 counties are, the state classifies a tier 3 as the least economically distressed. The top 20 counties in these categories are ranked as tier 3. Like I said, Pender falls into 16th place here, or 12th place. Tier 2 are the next 40 counties in these rankings, and they're considered moderately distressed. Tier 1 are considered highly distressed or most distressed. Those are the bottom 40 counties. And why does this matter? Because when you live in a county like Pender, we all know that people, we migrate, we go to Wilmington, we go to Raleigh or other places for entertainment and shopping and dining and those kind of things. So the revenues that are generated in every county migrate around. And what this is kind of a graphic representation of all of what I just said. Basically, the top bar here, Pender County's full sales tax generating capacity. This is where we would be in terms of sales tax revenue generation if nobody traveled outside the county and spent money. Obviously, we know people do, and so our minimum is what our pull factor represents. So we're losing, in Pender's case, we're losing revenue to an adjacent county. And these pull factors are just a mathematical way to quantify what we know. It just gives us a formula and lets us put it into a number. And it's calculated based on per capita sales tax revenue for the county divided by the per capita sales tax revenue for the whole state. In 21-22, our pull factor was 0.71. Last year it was 0.7. 2 or 3 years ago, it was about 6.64. So we're gaining, which basically means our retail business is growing. So that's a good thing. But under the current system, there's 16 counties that have higher pull factors than Pender County that are ranked Tier 3. There's 20 counties in Tier 2 that have higher pull factors than Pender, 15 counties that have higher pull factors in Tier 1. In another county, similar situation, Camden County up in the northeast part of the state, there's 19 counties in Tier 3 that have higher pull factors than Camden. Camden's population, total population, is only about 11,000. And yet they're ranked, I think, I could go back, but they're ranked about 7th or 8th in the state this year. And it's
I'm
mostly,
surprised Carrituck is the top of the order on Carrituck, and they're way up there, but a lot of people that have houses there are pretty well off.
from Norfolk, yeah.
Yeah.
That money's migrating down into that county to rural residents. But you can see here, their median household income in Currituck was 97th, third highest. Camden, where are they? They're here, they're 92nd. But again, their population, which basically means their density or the number of people that have money to spend is just small. So it's kind of hard to envision how a county with a small population can be classified in the same category as a county like Mecklenburg or New Hanover or Wake, Durham, those are big counties. So then we take that pull factor, and this is the mathematical view of the rain barrel I just showed a minute ago. We take our county population and multiply that by the pull factor of 0.71. That gives us the equivalent sales tax revenue generating capacity of a county of only 47,000 people instead of 66,000. So we're losing a lot of revenue. And you know, again, it's not just Pender County. There's other counties in the state that are affected this way. And then the market share, the percent MS, is just really the trade area capture number divided by the trade area capture for the whole state. And then what this shows is Pender generates 0.43% of the state's economy when you look at it on a statewide basis. So again, here's the rankings without the pull factors. I mentioned these numbers here. You look at some of these counties. I mean, this would by itself put us in Tier 2. New Hanover County, this by itself would put New Hanover in Tier 2. you know, there's a lot of factors that are moving. New Hanover last year, I think, was ranked tier 2, because their unemployment was so high. And then, again, all of these index values are added together and re-ranked, and that's how we get our top 20, next 40, next 40. Here's the pull factors. I'm gonna skip this one. Again, this is just the formulas, the visual formulas. So under using these pull factors and re-ranking these counties, Pender would drop to 75th in the state. So we would be the 25th largest county. It doesn't mean that we are economically distressed. It means we're moderately distressed, which makes sense when you consider the west and the north half of the county. We just don't have the population density over there, the family incomes, et cetera, versus the east side of the county. And so when you factor these in, this year, 3 counties would move down from tier 3 to tier 2, Macon, Pender, and Camden, and 3 counties would move up from tier 2 to tier 3. And in the tier 2 and tier 1 categories, we have movement of about 10 counties. And again, this all impacts what counties are eligible for in terms of applying for economic development assistance. If you look at these numbers just on the district basis, and again, this kind of reinforces what I said about what we know intuitively about this region. And I've got data for all the regions in the state like this. But if you look at the market share percent for the counties here, New Hanover drives about a quarter of the economic impact in this region. That just makes sense. Onslow's next, Brunswick is third, tied almost with Johnston County. And again, Pender's kind of here in the middle at 3% in the region of our economy in this area. So, as I said, it's not that Pender is a poor county, it's just that we're getting pushed up because of 1 or maybe 2 factors in the current formula. There's other counties, I think Camden County, when you add the pull factors, they drop out of the top. They drop almost 50 spots in the tier rankings if you include these pull factors. I'm going to skip that one too. So, as I said, this is all determined by legislation. The pull factors really just reflect the retail strength and the mobility of the money between counties. And these are the definitions of these equations. When you look at market share values, again, almost 40% of the state's economy is driven by these 5 counties. And so those big economies have a big impact on everybody around them. I remember hearing when COVID first hit a few years ago, the state health director made a comment. A reporter asked a question about just shutting down individual counties or shutting down Mecklenburg County for COVID purposes. And she made the comment that Mecklenburg County, they know that there's at least 38 or 39 counties around Mecklenburg County that people travel from to come to work every day. So that would have, Mecklenburg has a big impact, a big footprint on the state. And we all know that, and this formula or this system would just be a way to quantify that and recategorize some of our county rankings. I guess here's my comment about Camden County. They're currently a tier 3 county, but when you put the pull factors in, they drop to the bottom edge of the tier 2 status. So, there's a lot of reasons. I will also add one more thing. I've been reading some background. The state has had some adjustment factors attached to this formula in the past. They voted to eliminate them in 2016. there was a proposal, I've got the links if you want to read the paper. It was a white paper published by the Raleigh Economic Development Council, or the Triangle Economic Development Council. There was a bunch of factors and a bunch of changes that they proposed back in 2016, 17 that apparently were not adopted. But there's a lot of ways you could look at these things. There's a lot of adjustments that could be made. Again, this is just 3 very simple measures that could be added to the current formula that would adjust some counties' rankings and affect how they, or what they're eligible to apply for in terms of economic grants and loans and that kind of thing. Any questions?
Appreciate your update.
Well, I do have a question.
Yes.
What do you think the,
I wasn't gonna put you on the spot, Carson, excuse me, sir.
what the, how hard it would be to get these pull factors instituted or included in the formulas?
I'm gonna defer the answer to that to the gentleman sitting behind me. I'm just here to present the numbers.
Mr. Chair, I'd love to address that. I was about to leave. I saw Mark coming up to talk about this, and I said, we're gonna stay here just a few minutes.
And I have a question for Representative Smith, because you and I had a conversation last week before last, and this subject came up, so.
It did. Let me say this, thank you, Mr. Chair. Just so everybody understands, and he may have let off with it, I might have missed it, but just so the folks here understand, there's a lot of money and funding that comes here that is tied up in how this county is designated. Because we're designated Tier 3, we miss out on a lot of stuff. It is something. I was on a bill the last time, it didn't get anywhere. I have Mark, he's sitting there talking about the math, and he's not an expert. I don't know who else is, because he's done an excellent job with this. I have taken his paper and actually turned it into a draft bill to add the 3 criteria he wants to add to the formula. So instead of the formula being based on the 4 items it is now, to make it the 7. Bill drafting is working on that. That's going to be it's going to be filed the 1st of next year. Now that sounds great and hunky-dory and lovely, but as you can imagine, there are 20 Tier 3 counties, and there are 60 Tier 1 and Tier 2 counties. None of them want to be Tier 3. So if you're trying to get half of a chamber to vote for something, when over half of the chamber represents Tier 1 and Tier 2 counties, it's extremely hard, because somebody's going to lose out if they go from Tier 2 to Tier 3 especially. I would suggest, I think the question was, what can we do? I'm going to do again what I can up there with actually, I had signed on with another fellow from Polk County, another county that's the same issue, and we just couldn't get it anywhere. The bill that comes out this year is going to be my bill. It's going to be based on Mark's math. And this might be a way for y'all to see how difficult it is for me. If y'all could talk the North Carolina County Commission Association into agreeing with either my bill or potentially another bill, and there's probably a couple more, agree to supporting that bill, we can make it move. But I think if you try to do that, I think you're going to see the same pushback that I am. So I know this is not good news, but it's something that your delegation is well aware of, that we want to do something about, but it's kind of hard. It's kind of paddling upstream. Here I'm back to my naval metaphors again, I guess. But if you understand, that's the issue I have. I'd be glad to take any comments or any ideas. This bill early on will be filed, and I'll try to get all the support I can. And there are some Polk County and Lincoln County and Camden County. There are some that are in kind of the same boat we are. Folks, New Hanover, Brunswick, this year I believe, and I'm not sure if it changes every year, it's either this year or last year, and I think it's this year. New Hanover and Brunswick are Tier 2 counties,
That
and
was last
Pender
year.
is a Tier 3 county. It did. New Hanover changed, I think, this year, right?
Yes.
Because they're right on the edge. So for somebody in this area, rest of the state, it's hard for them to understand. But if you know this area, you know that New Hanover and Brunswick have a much, much vibrant, healthier economy than we do. And it's nothing, it's no fault of ours, it's just the way things are happening right now. Now, we're growing, who knows where we're gonna be in 10 or 20 years? But right now, you can't tell me that we are much better off economically in this county than New Hanover and Brunswick. That was a lot of comments, but I'll be glad to answer the things.
So by using, in the bill that you're proposing for the first of the year, and including the pull factors, is that because you feel that that puts a more quantifiable spin on, because I think they're trying, for some reason, to keep it a third, when in fact, I don't think that a third follows who needs what in other areas of funding, but I don't think the factors as they exist now are as quantifiable as these pull factors. Can
Yeah,
you speak to that?
The numbers are very easy to get with the formula. What I want to do is change the formula. I want to change it. I'm not going to get to the point where, oh, we want, instead of 20 counties to be a tier 3, we need 15 or 25. That just makes it harder and harder to pass something. All I want to do is just add some criteria that I believe are fair and actually represent what's going on, as Mark has done all the homework. I haven't done any of this. When I drafted the bill, I sent it to him and just let him look at it and be sure we're on the right path. I actually sent the bill to bill drafting along with his whole paper. So if they had any questions, they could delve down in that math right there, and they might could figure it out a little better than me. But I know what he's saying, I understand it, and it makes absolute sense, and it's fair. But sometimes fair doesn't work if I need you to vote for me, and it's going to hurt your county.
Thank you.
Get your comments.
Thank you. And Mr. Chair, just 10 more seconds. My mother's in the room, and I missed that. There she is in the red shirt back there, but thank you so much for coming. And my stepson walked in up front too. Thank y'all for being here. And again, thank you for that. I'm sorry. Thank y'all.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Okay, thank you for coming, all of you, your family. Okay, we move on to, get my glasses back on here. 5.2, update on Black River Aquatic Connectivity Project and Slocum Trail Culvert Replacement. Daniel? Appreciate you coming.
Thank you so much for having us. I'm Danielle Darkangel. I'm the Executive Director of Cape Fear Resource Conservation and Development. Some of you have heard me up here before. Some of you have not. What I did was I gave you the handouts, or what's going to be on the screen. Some of it I'm going to go through a little bit faster just because I want you to have it as a reference, but I don't necessarily need to read through all of the information. I really just want to get everybody up to speed and update you as far as what we're doing and what's happened and where we're going from here. So that's just our mission and our vision. This is just a little bit about us as an organization and our history. We've been around quite a few years. We've done a lot of agricultural work, but now we do a lot more in the watersheds to work on flood mitigation and flood prevention. So that's really where we're at. We're a 501c3, so we are a nonprofit. So we do operate on grants, donations, working with the state, federal, and county governments and some municipalities. So just to give you sort of a little bit of background, when we started this project, we were looking long-term at assessing the entire Cape Fear River Basin. We narrowed that down to focus on the lower Black River, the basin and the tributaries. And so what we did was in phase 1, and just to let you know, we're going into phase 3. So we've done a lot of work. And this started roughly 5 years ago in 2017 when we started working with Moffitt and Nickel, our engineering partners, and we really started putting this project together. So initially we did commissioner meetings, community meetings, we worked with DOT, we worked with Southeastern Aquatics Resource Partnership, and they really provided a lot of the access to data and a way for us to record the data that we were going to take in the field surveys that is noted. So in the first phase, we assessed over 200 culverts, actually. They were in Pender and Bladen counties. What we did was we ranked the culverts according to the data. And what happened was that we looked at the top 5 culverts that needed the most work and needed the most attention and were the most at risk to impacting flooding or some type of negative impact on the environment, the habitat, and the area. So what we did was we went physically to every single culvert and we entered the data, we uploaded the data in real time, took pictures, and that's how those culverts got identified. So for the first phase, this is some of the information just about where that funding came from. Largely it came from NIFWIF, National Fish and Wildlife Foundation, but there was quite a few dollars coming from other areas, including Z. Smith Reynolds. So when we started phase 2, which is the actual restoration, so phase 1 is really the assessment portion to set us up for the next phases. Phase 2, we are restoring 2 culverts, which is an estimated $750,000. Currently, we are at Slocum Trail, and that is what we are working on right now. And I'm gonna let our partner with Moffitt and Nickel go into a little bit more detail on that. But I'm just trying to give you kind of a little bit of an overview and make sure everybody's on the same page. We are restoring the remaining 3 culverts. And so at the end of this, we will put in approximately $2.75 million into, or actually we requested $2.75 million for the remaining culverts, and we would be putting that in addition to the $750,000 that we've already put into the project. So it's quite a bit of investment into the project and into the community. And the last 3 culverts are all in Pender County, so that's all going to Pender County. And that's just my information. If anyone has any questions, please, use my contact information, but I am gonna hand it off to our engineering partner, but go right ahead.
Just one quick question before you hand it off. Will you please explain to the public at large where this funding for this project comes from? And if this will be an ongoing or if this is a one-off
Sure.
project?
So the funding from this project is largely grant funding. We also have some donations, and the county contributes $9,000 every year just to our overhead and to be able to give us the stability to move forward on these projects. We're doing a fundraiser this week. It's a golf tournament, and it helps us to do these types of projects, because without the support of the community and without the support of you, we could not put this money back into the community. We could not do these projects. It would just be impossible. But thank you for the question.
Thank you, Danielle. Good afternoon, commissioners. Thank you for having me. Like Danielle mentioned, Moffitt Nichols, a coastal engineering firm. We've been working with Cape Fear Resource Conservation and Development since about 2017 to support the initial grant development and working together in partnership with the Cape Fear River Partnership, which is a coalition of federal and state resource agencies, academics, nonprofits, all working towards improving the health of the Cape Fear River Basin. So very excited to come back to you now to just give you a brief progress update on where we are with the Slocum Trail Culvert Replacement Project. Daniel had already mentioned, again, this is really the function of a long-term plan by Cape Fear Resource Conservation and Development. As she mentioned, the Lower Black River was identified by many key partners through the partnership, through working together with the Southeast Aquatic Resources Partnership, as well as our state and federal resource agencies, including NOAA Fisheries, as well as the North Carolina Wildlife Resources Commission. They identified the Black River as a key basin and tributaries in the Cape Fear that needed to be assessed for fish passage as well as flood resilience. As she mentioned, we have been working for several years now on completing the assessments, and now we have ranked those barriers, ground truth, and have developed preliminary engineering design for the top 5 ranked. Those that were deemed to be severely as a barrier to movement of water as well as aquatic wildlife and habitat. Cape Fear Resource Conservation and Development did receive funding from the National Fish and Wildlife Foundation in order for us to move forward with BR 236 on Slocum Trail, and that was due to emergency coastal resilience funds that were authorized after Hurricane Florence passage through Congress. So these are federal funds, and we are again looking for additional funds to match those, as Danielle mentioned. We are currently in the 90% design stage. We've been working with the division and district of the North Carolina Department of Transportation on having their staff review all of the plans, including the hydraulic design effort, to confirm that the engineering and the hydraulic design is up to par based on their standards and their guidance. Again, through our team, we are coordinating on a fairly good basis with Daniel Adams on your staff to make sure that we are in good communication on landowner needs. The team has met out on the site with the landowner. They are in favor, and we've also met with the Department of Transportation as well as the Corps of Engineers. We're in communication now to move through the permitting process, and we feel that's probably going to be wrapped up probably later this winter. This is a 4-barrel project, so it's a little bit more challenging than just a single culvert. Currently, there are 4 54-inch pipes out there. There is a need to increase the size of 2 of the middle ones to a 72-inch to allow more water to flow downstream. And then the sides will be 48-inch, and that will just help to streamline the flow to make sure that it does stay in the channel. And there is plenty of work space for the contractor. We are currently working on evaluating easement needs. There may need to be a permanent drainage easement in which either ourselves or DOT will help to coordinate that with the landowner. So again, we're hoping to set this up as a framework for future culverts, through the process, working with DOT. This is a DOT-owned infrastructure, but again, I think they're very happy for our team to replace these and also work together to look at other barriers. Again, they do have a priority list that they come out with on an annual basis, and we'd like to support that and improve infrastructure for flood resilience to the community as well as fish passage. This is just a brief overview of the milestones. As you can see, it goes back to pre-design several years ago, and currently we're in the final design phase and permitting. So we do anticipate meeting this schedule and going to construction next summer. We would like to work with Pender County and Daniel on the contractor selection process and utilize Pender County's successful framework for contractor selection to make sure that we're in line with DOT standards and your guidance. So that's it for BR 236. I did want to throw up a slide here. Danielle had already mentioned this, but just recently, as you may be well aware, there is quite a bit of federal funding out there that has come through the infrastructure package, and we'd like to try to take advantage of some of that funding to ensure that we're able to improve, again, flood resilience and infrastructure in Pender County, especially in the area of the lower Black River, where we have seen historical trends in flooding and impacts to the community. We recently submitted a grant, as Danielle mentioned, to NOAA Fisheries, upwards of almost $2.6 million, and this would support the replacement of up to 5 culverts. Again, as she mentioned, several of those are in Pender County, and one is in Bladen County. So we most likely will hear the decision on that grant application later this winter. There will be several rounds. I believe NOAA Fisheries just for fish passage alone, has about $480 million to spend nationally. I know Daniel, through conversations, is very excited to continue to look at opportunities for funding, and we're certainly happy to support that as needed from a technical position. So as you'll see here, the funding proposed here would be to support the ongoing replacement on the BR 236 Slocum Trail, but it also would help to complete the engineering design and also the replacement of 4 additional barriers. This would enhance up to 9 miles of spawning habitat for fish, as well as support floodplain connectivity and flood resilience to local communities. So we're very excited about this and look forward to evaluating other funding opportunities that we can explore.
So this has affected fish spawning quite a bit then, hasn't it? The fish spawning up in the, so the fish can't get up there. Or they
Correct,
can't take
yes,
over the
sir.
pond,
Yeah, those culverts that are breached or have space between where the water meets and where the bottom of the culvert is, sometimes there's, so much scour, or this infrastructure is quite outdated or dated, and so therefore there is no ability for these fish, unless it's a flooded, spring flood or something of that nature, but there's no ability for the fish to move upstream for spawning. So we're thinking about mostly some freshwater fish, but also those that come from the Atlantic Ocean upstream to freshwater areas. You're talking about river herring, American eel, but there are other recreational and commercially important species that this would support.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
I have a question, Mr. Chairman. You mentioned academic partners. What are some of your academic partners, and do those partners have dollars for research that could be aid in this project?
That's a great question. I mean, the Cape River Partnership as a whole does look at the Cape River Basin comprehensively. There have been other projects that included academic partners. There's a lot of monitoring that's going on the main stem of the Cape Fear around the locks and dams in Bladen County. That's being done by Clemson University as well as UNCW. The Nature Conservancy is also working on similar projects in other river basins. We'd like to partner with them and their partners. They do a lot of work with Duke, some of their students that are coming out of that School of Environment. So, and there has been a lot of research done around culverts, working with Fish and Wildlife Service. So trying to use that guidance, but it's a great question, whether or not we can use some of our technical schools or community college to help explore how these projects are working. I know that the Southeast Aquatic Resources Partnership, they're a very small nonprofit organization, but they are under a national fish habitat umbrella, and they work all through the Southeast. They work with Georgia, South Carolina, and others. And so I do believe that through their work, we're going to see a lot more of this type of effort. They have brought some funding down to the lower part of the river, and I've guided them to work with some communities like the town of Navassa and Leland, and they're using this protocol, this framework, to look in some of those communities of how this type of project can help support flood resilience in smaller communities. So I think this is absolutely can be explored further.
Absolutely. The new chancellor at UNCW have a big initiative going on marine biology and biology background, so with the waters. So if you need any contact information for who to contact their university that's involved in this type of research, if you just contact me, I'll be glad to get that information for you.
That would be great. I would love that. Thank you, sir.
Any more questions?
Thank you so much for your time.
I just wanted to say thank you again, and thank you to Daniel. He's been a fantastic support, and I just appreciate your time and your attention, so thank you.
Thank you for coming. Good information. Okay, we'll move on. Mr. Attorney, do we have any sign-up for public comment?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. Kenny Keel.
Hey, Kenny Keel,
Pender County Utilities Director. I just want to take a minute to notify the public and the board of a new notification system that Pender County Utilities is utilizing that we just started last week. As a result of the board approving a upgraded phone system for the county last fiscal year, we're able to do automated call-outs for customers that have not paid their bill when it's like within a day or two of the cutoff date or of the deadline to pay. And so we implemented that last week. Right now, it's only a text notification, and we're working on being able to do that by voice messages as well. But as of this afternoon, we were, the number of we start cutoffs tomorrow, and as of this afternoon, we were down by about 2/3 of the number that we normally would be cutting off tomorrow. And so I just want to let y'all know about that, and you know, if customers have old phone numbers where they started their account long ago and their number has changed, if they can confirm either in our web portal that we have the correct number for them, or they could call us as well and just confirm that information. And just wanted to inform y'all of that.
Appreciate it.
Travis Henley.
I don't know this guy.
We let anybody sign up, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. This is pretty cool. I had the honor and privilege of attending the American Planning Association's North Carolina Chapter Annual Conference in Winston-Salem last week. And one of the things that the North Carolina Chapter does every year is they award a bunch of awards under the Marvin Collins Outstanding Planning Awards. And there's a whole bunch of different categories. And one of them is for areas of specialized planning in particular fields, one of which is economic development. And in looking at the criteria and the things that the award is designed to recognize, we decided that it would be a good idea to submit the Pender Commerce Park and see if the American Planning Association agreed with us about how great that project is. And it turns out that they do agree, and we did win that award. I'm not going to read the whole submittal that I wrote, because I wrote it and I wrote it for other planners, and so as you might imagine, it's really long. But I do want to read just the description so that everybody can hear it. An economic development project that began in 2009, the Pender County Commerce Park is a 330-acre industrial park located in Pender County, less than 1 mile from the New Hanover County line, 3 miles from I-140, 7 miles from I-40, and 13 miles from the North Carolina port in Wilmington. That includes an on-site wastewater treatment plant and established connections to all utilities, including AT&T fiber. The Commerce Park is a public-private partnership with Wilmington Business Development, an entity that shares the goal of economic development of Pender County. To date, and this was when I submitted it in May, the Commerce Park has strengthened the Pender County economy through a total of $350 million in capital investments and nearly 1,000 jobs. Additionally, the Commerce Park has had a positive environmental impact on Pender County, as 150 acres were previously designated as brownfields and have since been revitalized and now encompasses almost half the acreage of the park. I would add to that we have 3 projects currently underway in the Commerce Park right now, and we are rapidly running out of land. The committee recognized a couple unique things about the project, including one, that its location is in an area of the county that traditionally has not enjoyed the economic investment that other parts have. They also pointed out the way we've got it set up from a planning perspective. The whole park is under a special use permit, and so by doing that, it greatly streamlines the permitting process here with us, which is quite attractive to these large economic development entities that are used to dealing with places that are a lot more difficult to deal with. So I had the great honor of accepting this award last week. It's not my award, it's Pender County's award. My hope is that we can find somewhere nice and public to hang this up and continue the great work we're doing with this park, and hopefully picking that model up and doing it in other places, because we're getting pretty good at it, so.
Excellent, thank you. Thank you, that is
Exciting news, isn't it?
absolutely great news. Y'all worked so hard. And one of the comments that I continually heard when interviewing applicants and in dealing with individuals and companies and institutions that wanted to come into the park was how much of a pleasure it was to deal with Pender County planning staff. So it kudos to you.
Keyword is staff, not me. So, thank you.
Thank you for taking that up for us. Appreciate it. Thank you very much. That was good news. Pender County.
I think I'm starting to see a trend, Mr. Chairman. Wes Stewart.
Another guy we don't know.
Good afternoon. I want to take just 1 minute. Some of my counterparts have introduced staff, and these are a couple of key staff that we've recently added, and so I wanted to bring them and introduce them to the board. And so I have Mr. Quentin Morgan. If you remember, you approved for the department to have a second attorney, and so he is a new attorney on board, and so we're happy. He's hit the ground running, and so we're happy to have Quentin. And then we've also hired Miss Amanda Howard. She is the Income Maintenance Program Administrator, and she has big fields to fill. Big shoes to fill, as she is replacing Patricia Walker, who's with the county for 38 years. And so I wanted to introduce these two and let them know that they've hit the ground running, and we're glad to have them on board.
Glad to have you.
Welcome.
Mr. Chairman, can I say a word about Quentin? Could I, for a quick moment? I've known Quentin since he's been a little boy, and it's great to see him grown up now. And I worked with his mom almost 20 years, and college. And I remember the day he was going to UNCW to enroll there as a freshman student. And now to see that he's completed UNCW and UNC Chapel Hill School of Law, I am very, very pleased to have him back working in our county. Thank you.
Okay.
Those are all the sign-ups, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. All right. Has everybody had a chance to look at the consent agenda?
Mr. Chairman, I just, I don't need to pull an item, I just wanna make a clarification on something in the consent agenda. It's, in the last meeting, evidently, I did not articulate my intentions very clearly, and so in the, minutes, it says that I had asked to table item 4.0, and it even says later on that I made the distinction, it should have been 4.1, but that was my intention when I made that motion, was to table item 4.1.
Oh, okay, yeah.
I just want to make that distinction.
Well, I appreciate it. Go back.
Other than that, if you're ready, I'll just make a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Okay. Have a second.
I'll second it.
All right. All in favor, say aye. Any opposed, say no. Second.
I think a show of hands would be better in light of the acoustics. May be difficult for some people to hear.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe a show of hands is the way we've always done it before.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm going to, and that was the comment that I was gonna make on the agenda item, on the minutes and the consent agenda, was there were several times at the last meeting, there was a call for a vote that I missed totally and did not vote. But yet in reviewing the minutes, I see that I voted on every, issue. But I just wanted a clarification. That was a problem last week. And I want it to be, us to be more mindful, because of the votes that I did not vote for in time. They were declared unanimous, and they were in fact not. So, that's why I suggest that we do by show of hands instead of by verbally saying aye or nay. Or you can do both. It's your show, you run it ever how you want to do it. But it was messed up last time, so ever how you wanna do it. But I will be raising my hand.
Okay, all right. All right, we'll go back. All in favor, raise your hand. Opposed? Have one opposed. Thank of them. Approval and resolutions. 8.1, approval of a lease and purchase order for 30 Exxon body worn cameras in the amount of $20,522.62. Sheriff Cutler.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Board of Commissioners. This will be a 5-year lease for 30 more Axon body-worn cameras. That would cover the purchase of these cameras and also the storage of the videos that are recorded. That would also complete our goal to equip each sworn full-time deputy in our agency with a body-worn camera. And this, as we said before, and as you all granted, the original purchase of these cameras, it has proven to be very beneficial for liability and transparency in our counties.
And that was budgeted, I believe, in it.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Somebody should, okay. All right, anybody have any comments?
What percentage of our current, force now are equipped with body cameras?
I don't know the exact percentage, ma'am, but it would somewhere around 2/3, probably. So this would complete us.
I was able to go over to the sheriff department and see the benefit of these cameras. With the stop that happened on 17, that could have really turned out very differently for that officer involved. And while there might have been, at that time, a lot of community uproar, but when they have viewed that video, they could really see a difference. So I concur, this can make a big difference with liabilities for the county and just good community understanding
Yes, sir.
and officer protection as well.
Okay, more comments? Okay. All in favor, raise your hand.
Well, you need a motion.
All right, I'm sorry, I'm moving ahead. Okay, need a motion?
I'll make the motion.
Second it?
I'll second it.
Second, all right. All in favor, raise your hand. I'm getting too far ahead of myself. Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Miss- I'm against. Okay.
You got it?
Thank
All
you.
right, thank you very much.
All right.
Thank you, Chair.
All right, 8.2, approval of offer and start of upset bid process for the sale of surplus property. Lou, coming up?
Yes. Good evening. This item is from not the last meeting, but the one before. It's the same offer, same parcel information. It's a $12,000 bid from Matthew Walker for parcel in the Red Tip Lane area. It is, the tax value for this property is listed at $19,460. And we were asked to reach back out to Mr. Walker to ensure that he is aware of the situation and the specifics of the situation, and he is. I think I forwarded you all his response. If anybody has any other questions, I'm happy to answer them or get answers to them. Otherwise, his offer is for $12,000.
I got the feeling he was a little annoyed, but at the same time, we were doing that for his benefit, just to be sure he understood what he was trying to purchase. And it sounds like he was completely aware of everything, so, thank you for going through that trouble
Sure.
to do that and bring it back to us.
I see the tax value is $19,460. The bid is $12,000. That's $7,460 less.
Yeah, but that was the one that appears to be kind of landlocked,
Yes.
and he is probably the only one, he has found a use for the property, and then that's probably, it's already come around the second time. I think we'd probably need to just go ahead and sell him the piece of
So
property.
totally landlocked.
Yes.
Okay.
And if you're ready, I'll make the motion
We need a second.
to approve that.
We got a motion, second.
I'll be glad to second that.
Okay, all for the motion, raise your hand. Unanimous.
Thank you very much.
Do
Thank
good
you for
job.
checking too. Matthew.
All right, we move on. 8.3, resolution providing Pender County to become a member of the American Flood Coalition. Mr. Andrews?
Sir, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, at your last meeting, I believe on September the 6th, Tony McEwen from the American Flood Coalition made a presentation regarding the background for the coalition as well as the benefits. And this resolution before you would allow Pender County to join that coalition at no cost to the county.
Okay, have any comment?
I appreciated the presentation that he gave, and I think he's doing an excellent job with that. I may not agree with some of the political aspects of some of the things, but I do think that the overall purpose of this is would benefit us. So I would be glad to make the motion to approve this
Are you
item.
making a motion? Got a second?
Second.
Okay, all in favor? Raise your hand. Thank you very much. Okay. Item number 9, discussion. Does anyone have anything they would like to discuss at this time? If not, we move on. Okay. Do we need to gavel in as Maple Hill Water and Sewer? Do we need to do that? If not, we move on to item 12.1, and we'll gavel in as Rocky Point Water and Sewer Board.
Thank you. This is, we've done this previously, and it's basically, it's just renewing a funding application for the reverse osmosis water plant project. That, we've received some funding already, but we don't have enough to do the whole project. And this is just updating that application, and have tweaked the application a little bit to hopefully get a few more points out of the scoring so that hopefully we'll get some additional funding for this round. But it is just a resolution to, in favor of funding, the funding application and putting forth the application for that funding with the state.
And that's a very low interest rate there on that loan and with some grant funding and loan. I mean, the loan part is very low interest rate, isn't it?
Correct, yeah, what we've received so far is a 0.18% loan, and $5 million of the amount that we've received so far. It's not called a grant, it's called principal for forgiveness, but it functions like a grant in our view.
Anybody have any comment?
Motion approved.
I'll
Second.
second.
I'll second, all right, all in favor, raise your hand. Okay,
Thank you.
all right, thank you. All right. Okay, do we need to gavel in for any other water and sewer district? Okay. Okay, how about the Board of Health, for social services? Nothing? Okay, we move on to the items with the county attorney.
Mr. Chairman, have some items for closed session. Item 3, attorney-client, and item 5, possible acquisition of real property. I believe that covers everything, Mr. Andrews.
Okay. Is that it?
Yes, sir.
Okay, county manager? Assistant county manager?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman and fellow commissioners. I would like to just cover a couple of things with you, if I may. First, I'd like to ask Jeremy Drummond to come forward, please, to the podium. I'd just like to take a minute to introduce you. He's our new, well, let him get up here. Thank you, sir. Jeremy is our new Assistant Director of Facilities and Fleet Services. As the name implies, all things maintenance related, custodial, fleet services, and so forth. He comes to us, he's been here a little over a month. We've just had trouble with scheduling as far as some conflicts, getting him here to introduce him to you, but we're happy to have him here this evening. We're happy to have him on board. He comes to us, he's got experience from the city of Kinston as well as the city of Jacksonville related to fleet services, procurement, and so forth. warehousing. He's done a lot of that. So glad to have you on board with us. And,
Glad to have you.
Thank you, it's a pleasure to be here.
yes, sir. Thank you, Jerry.
Thank you. Okay,
May I, one other thing,
Okay.
Mr. Chairman? So I wanted to mention to you, I had sent an email to the board over the weekend in reference to a meeting that Mr. Andrews and myself had last week with a representative from the Department of Technology Services with the state in reference to what's called the CAB program or grant, which is called Completing Access to Broadband. And this is supposedly intended to assist with filling any pockets that our current grant that we have, which is referred to as the Great Grant through ATMC. It's supposed to complement that and to help us with those voids. He impressed to us that time is of the essence and there needs to be a data gathering process that we really should start with now, because it will involve participation with a survey from citizens and so forth. If it's acceptable to you, we also have a meeting, to your point, as far as your email earlier, Ms. Newton. We have a meeting with the gentleman with ATMC this Wednesday.
Focus Broadband.
With Focus Broadband, just so we can make sure that we're all on the same
Absolutely.
page, there's no conflicts and that sort of thing.
Absolutely,
So-
they've been too good a partner to us to
Absolutely.
be stepping on anybody's toes, and if
Sure.
there's a conflict or if this other incentive is going to cost us any penalties in the
Sure.
Great Grant funding, we really need to proceed cautiously and with the full knowledge and assistance of our partners who brought us this far.
Sure, absolutely. We will make sure of that. And just to make sure that the board is okay with us pursuing next steps with the data, because it will involve a marketing campaign. Again, once we meet with the gentleman with ATMC and we confirm that this is all, okay to as far as that goes. And we can stay in communication with the board as far as those efforts as well. But I did want to make you aware of that.
Okay,
So
you have anything else?
that's it. Thank you.
All right. Move on to the county commissioners. We'll start with Mr. Commissioner Tate.
Absolutely. I just want to say a special thanks to school board members who have taken me on visits to Surf City Elementary, Middle, Topsail Elementary. I know I've been to Topsail High School times now, as well as to just last Friday, we spent a day over at Pender High, CF Pope, as well as Burgaw Middle School, and really seeing the challenges our schools have and the long-term growth needs our schools have. And it really been some impressive meetings and a lot of calls with school board members, a lot in those conversations and those visits. So I encourage everybody, even the public, anyone, contact your school board members if you're interested in seeing what our needs are in our schools. Also, regarding the ATMC, and of course, Mr. Vice Manager, I can get up with you in regards to this, but I was meeting with the Friday afternoon, I met with the town of Topsail Beach, some of their officials. We also have high-speed internet access problems there on the island, so if it's something we can take in that consideration. I know the other one covered the rural areas, but I want to make sure that we can do that. I want to thank also Sheriff Smith, Chief Hawks here in Burgaw, and Captain Royale for meeting with me on an issue over in our area, well, countywide, but specifically with in our area. I think he's already gone. Some concerns some parents brought to me, and so we met a couple of times, and I really want to thank them for meeting with me on those items. And I'd like to thank the department heads and the community organizations that's taking the time with me to bring me up to speed on a lot of things that I may have forgotten over the years while going away.
A lot of catching up to do.
A lot of catching up, that's right.
So ain't gonna change for us. Okay, Commissioner Heaton?
Yes, just a couple of things. I don't know who in fact has been paying attention and reading the paper to the issue of our challenges with healthcare in Pender County. I want everyone to pay particular attention to the advertisements that are being paid for and posted in the New Hanover Star News, from the North Carolina Association, North Carolina Justice Association, with regards the concerns of how hospitals are being managed, and those types of things. So I would caution everyone to take and be mindful of those issues. Those are the very issues that Commissioner Pietmeyer and I have been so vehemently trying to bring to your attention, and to be so cautious and careful of how we go forward in the future with the health care for Pender County. Make no mistake about it, the decision that's made on that issue will be a generational effect. So it is very concerning. It would behoove all of you to pay attention to what's going on. Last week, I was glad that we had the American Flood Coalition resolution today. We had several staff members, Assistant Manager Van, Daniel Adams, some other folks went on a rolling bus tour. That was American Flood Coalition bringing together legislators, mayors, commissioners, members, funding partners, Golden Leaf, COG, Cape Fear, Resource Conservation and Development, the Corps, UNCW. I met Dr. Kenneth Halanch, and he calls it coastal water issues. But anyway, it was an opportunity to have FaceTime with some very significant people from NCORE and under other partnering funding partners, and to see what improvements and what is remaining to be done in Brunswick County. For example, Boiling Springs, Mr. Manager, it was quite a visual to see all the piers extending out into the grassy plains, but that kind of hit home. But y'all were in the short rows, and I think you left them in good shape with your stewardship over there. We had an opportunity to come to Burgaw. Mayor Dawson was very gracious in making a nice meal for us, but then we saw what stream remediation, and we were able to get our legislative representatives to the streams that have been actively cleaned out so they can see the benefit of where the funding dollars are going, and to show our appreciation for what they're doing for us. On I-40, where we almost lost our road level that was washed out going into Castle Hayne, that was another stop. It was a very informative day. All along we had an opportunity to hear from each of the representatives of the different entities that were involved, and it was just a wonderful opportunity to get a very critical message out. As one of our speakers said earlier today, there's been a great deal of funding available for resiliency issues, so that the next big storm, I hope Fiona isn't one, but the next big storm that happens will be better prepared and can get up off the ground faster. So the most important aspect of that day was the news media, the television, the from all across the state, newspapers. We need to keep this issue alive. If you can't get resiliency issues completed in this environment where our legislators have been so responsive to our requests for funding, it's not going to get done. So just be mindful that from DC all the way down to Burgaw, we were talking things resiliency and trying to make our world a better place last week. Thank you.
Mr. P. Murray?
No, I don't have anything of value to offer this week.
Mr. Brown? Okay, I'd like to share a few things. I've been meeting with the county manager. I know every Friday we meet every morning, so I'm not to go over some things, and it's good I can meet with him face to face. I know I'm gonna live 3 miles away, it helps to be able to just come and meet with me. And, we had 3 meetings last week, and one of those included meeting with the Davenport financial representative last Monday, and he was, sharing with us the, Moody's, rating methodology update, how they want to change it. The county continues with a credit rating of a high AA, which is good for financing school bonds. That's good news. And we don't think it's gonna change much on this methodology. Maybe it's gonna help us a little bit when he was talking. One of the things that really, adds to your score is the county is growing. They want to see a county that has a lot of growth going on. Even though you have a lot of things you have to finance, like new schools and all, that the county is growing and it's gonna have a financial situation where they can pay the money back. So it's good news that we still have a AA rating, and, so that's really good for, like, I would say, for the school bonds, anything else we have to finance. It's so important. And I had a meeting with Tommy Batson this week. I know Tommy all my life. He and I, used to go to church together. I was his Boy Scout leader one time, and also I was, his Sunday school teacher. So there's been a lot of things. I've known Tommy all my life. And so it's good, talking with Tommy, and I know that some people have thought that I wasn't meeting with Tommy, but I have been meeting with Tommy. I've been talking to him. We had a good time talking about preparing for, in case of a hurricane, what we're gonna do and the procedures. So it was a good meeting with Tommy, and I enjoyed talking to him. So I'll let y'all know, I'm involved with a lot of people I talk to. I really, I like face-to-face meetings as much as possible. And let the county manager on, we have time to talk things over. So that's it for me. So anyway. Okay, I will entertain a motion now to move to closed session.
Mr. Chairman,
All in favor?
you ready for the motion?
Yeah.
Okay. I think you said attorney-client item 3 was one of them, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I want to make the motion to go into closed session under items 3, attorney-client, and item 5, acquisition of real property.
Okay, have a second?
Oh, wait, before we go out of closed session, I've got one thing I really need to say for the record. Sorry, and then you can take the vote. May I say this?
Okay.
On the tour last week, we had DOT representatives. I got an email this morning that DOT is going to put flashing lights and a stoplight, and they anticipate it being done at the Malpas Corner intersection. So that was confirmed today.
It's
So,
good news.
thank you.
I told him
I knew you'd be
sometime.
involved. I knew you'd be excited about that.
I know, that's good news. But I knew the school there is really needed that, so,
Sorry to
okay.
interrupt.
All right. Did we get a second?
Second.
Okay, all right. All in favor of moving to closed session? Unanimous? All right, we're now in closed session. Okay, all right.
So
All in
moved.
favor, raise your hand.
Second.
Opposed?
Motion to second first.
Okay, wait,
You gotta have a motion.
I'm sorry.
I made the motion.
Who seconded?
I said,
second.
yeah,
All right.
I said. Okay, okay. 20.1, ZTA 2022-16 zoning tax amendment to Article 11 road naming and addressing for code maintenance and clarification. Okay,
Thank you, Chairman McCoy, members of the county commissioners. My name is Mike Dixon. We met last month, addressing coordinator, and we are proposing changes to Article 11 of the Unified Development Ordinance, road naming and addressing. These amendments are requested to increase the health and safety of the citizens through 911 addressing requirements, clear up ambiguous language, grant more property rights to owners of unnamed access easements, to align the code with current workflows and designated departments, and to delineate exceptions for addressing requirements, and to encode the necessity of street signs for private roads. So in Article 11.1.c, the current text says that a road may not be named if the name is deceptively like other nearby roads. 5 other sections of this article either call for the elimination of duplicate or phonetically similar road names, or they pair the words duplicate and phonetic. Therefore, the applicant urges that changing deceptively to phonetically aligns 11.1.c with existing language. In the paragraph following 11.1.c, the applicant suggests that omitting some words for the purpose of preventing unnecessary public hearings. Public hearings are required for the purpose of preventing, public hearings are required for naming of private roads and for the renaming of roads. However, most roads are now created within subdivision housing developments, and in these instances, the roads are named before the existence of multiple landowners have a stake in it, and therefore don't require public hearings. This change is being suggested just to get rid of some confusing language where it kind of looks like every single instance of a road naming would require the public hearing. Moving on to 11.3, road naming. And new road names. So 2 additional lines are being proposed for Article 11.3.1. First here under line B, we're proposing this additional line here that says there are pardon me, I'm getting tangled up here. So if a private access easement is greater than 200 feet in length, the affected property owner may petition the addressing coordinator to name a road. So there are many unnamed logging roads in the county which do not have the required number of structures in order to trigger a required road naming petition. So this language can permit their naming and assist emergency personnel in the event of a backwoods emergency. Furthermore, under line C, we're proposing adding a new line. If a single property owner is the sole owner of a private road access easement which meets the requirements for road naming, they alone shall petition the addressing coordinator for a new road name, whether neighboring properties are allowed to access the road or not. So this is done in an effort to give property owners beefed up rights. Even if other landowners are affected by a road naming. Then moving on to 11.4, road name changes. So this proposed text further reinforces the changes that were imposed in 11.3.c. Would simply add a sentence: if a road is solely owned by one entity, no others shall have input in the petition. 11.4.3, prohibited road names. Under the prohibited road name section, there's a proposal to clear up some of the language. The applicant claims that cardinal direction designations is a more thorough term than directionals when describing duplicate and non-contiguous road names. Then in 11.6, numerical addressing system, it is being proposed in 11.6.1.d, numerical addressing requirements, that this has become obsolete. Addresses are no longer assigned during the footing inspection, as is currently written in the code, but rather during the building permit approval phase of development. So we would like to have this changed. Furthermore, the applicant also wishes to add exceptions to road naming, addressing requirements. They include preliminary addresses, an approved subdivision, bona fide farm determinations, unforeseen exceptions which the addressing coordinator finds appropriate. Another exception was made necessary in the aftermath of Hurricane Florence. Small business administration loans were used by many displaced persons after the storm, and the SBA requires that an address process, I'm getting tangled up here again. The SBA requires that an address is present in order to process the loan before Pender County usually assign ones. Furthermore, North Carolina General Statutes, Chapter 160D, covers the requirements for a bona fide farm. In 11.6.1 L, numerical addressing requirements, it's being suggested to expand this line to include anything that may be considered an accessory residence or an accessory business. Meaning we can address an accessory structure if it's something along the lines of a garage apartment, a workshop that's a standalone business on the same property, and any instances which would be similar to that. And then in 11.6.1, it's being suggested to add line Q. A temporary address may be assigned to a temporary structure, such as a fireworks stand, a FEMA trailer, or a construction trailer. Other temporary structures approved for addressing by the addressing coordinator may also be assigned temporary addresses. This language would permit giving temporary addresses to fireworks stands, et cetera, et cetera. These situations occur, and the need for addresses is obvious because of potential emergency situations. And finally, not finally, but we're getting close. Thank you for your patience, everybody. In 11.10, official list, official map, and identification. This section gives a requirement for road signs. However, this text only requires public road signs for public roads. The addition of a sentence fixes this safety issue, and it's something that's already in practice. We do have signs for private roads, but it is not currently codified. And finally, in sections 11.11.1 and 11.11.2, installation and maintenance, the current code reads that Public Works Department is to install, repair, and replace road signs. However, the Facilities and Fleet Services Department has been doing this task for years. So this proposed edit will correspond with what's actually happening in daily practice. And I welcome your questions.
Do you have any questions?
No, but I do want to thank you for the letters that were sent out with these explanations, the way you got it here. Made it clear to understand, and it gave us an idea of everything that you were going to talk about. So I wanted to say thanks for doing that.
Thank you, Commissioner Brown, and thank you for taking the time to go over them. So I know it's a lot of dry information in here, so,
But necessary.
but necessary. Yes, ma'am.
Just clarifying, just for my own knowledge, that, so, and I think I have clarity, on 11.1, when we remove the word name, that still allows us to negotiate or work with residents, your office work with residents to come together for a name if they're not undecided, if it's unnamed, is that correct?
Absolutely. The road naming petition process is still the same. We think this just clears up the language, where in situations like, say, a developer buys a big chunk of land and wants to make a subdivision, they get those names approved ahead of time, rather than having a separate public hearing for each little
Okay.
road to be named in that subdivision.
Okay, more questions? This time I'll accept the motion for approval.
Well, do we have any sign-ups?
We have no sign-ups.
You don't, okay. There's no sign-ups?
No, sir.
Okay.
There's one marked through.
Okay. All right. I'm ready for a motion for approval, 2021.
Mr. Chairman, I'll offer a motion for approval.
I'll say.
All right. All for approval of item 20.1, raise your hand. Unanimous, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
All right, 20.2, SUP 2022-35, special use permit request for the construction and operation of a solar farm in the Burgaw, Columbia, and Union Township. Stanley.
Mr. Chairman.
All right.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, given this is a special use permit, we need to swear in anyone that's
Okay.
going to speak on this. So, if you would, you can stand where you are, raise your right hand. And again, if you think you may, and if you haven't signed up, I left the sign-up sheet outside as well, if you don't have your name down, because we're going to just call names. You solemnly swear the testimony you give this evening will be the truth, the whole truth, so help you God. Thank you all. Would anyone prefer to be affirmed?
Good evening, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. Tonight, we're here to discuss case SUP 22-35. Coastal Pine Solar LLC applicant is requesting approval of a special use permit for the construction and operation of a solar farm, which is included in the category Other Electric Power in the RA Rural Agricultural Zoning District. And this use is allowed via special use permit approval by the Board of Commissioners. The subject properties are located west of Pender Highway and Horse Branch Road, south of Shiloh Road, and east of US Highway 421 and NC Highway 11. The subject properties are located within the Burgaw, Columbia, and Union Townships, and may be further identified by parcel ID numbers 2390-54-2868-0000 and 2380-77-7421-0000. So the parcel, so I wanted to point out on the aerial map, this proposal includes this tiny parcel here, which is around 6 acres in size, and the rest of the project is within the larger parcel, which is around 6,900 acres in size. They are proposing a solar farm that is intended to occupy, 2,360 acres of land within this larger parcel. And as I mentioned before, the property is essentially between Shiloh Road and Piney Woods Road, as well as between US Highway 421 and Penderlea Highway. As you can see on the map, the subject properties are Zone RA, or Rural Agriculture, with surrounding zoning designations in the area RP, Residential Performance, some environmental conservation, On the north side, there's some GB, general business, to the southwest, and some office and institutional designations to the southeast. Let's see. And I have circled in red 2 proposed access points for the project. There's one access point off of Pender Lee Highway, and then one off of Piney Woods Road to the south. And as you can see on the screen, this is the site area for the proposed project. As I mentioned, the total parcel area is around 6,500 acres, with the proposed solar farm area around 2,300 acres. This project will be required to provide a variety of different buffers for different adjoining land uses. And I
So,
will go-
excuse me for
Yes,
just a
sir.
second. So, this is all timberland, correct, today?
I can't speak to that. I know a good portion of the property is used for
Well, I think
timberland.
It's the old Snake Pond, Don Rawls, it's old Snake Pond Hunt Club, right? Okay.
I believe it's
So
used for a
Mostly
variety.
all timber, I believe there ain't any fields or anything in there.
And this image will show you, there's a lot of different sections, I believe of significant portions used for harvesting timber.
Yeah, I got it. Okay, I just wanna make sure that that's where this is. Okay.
So back to the site plan, as I mentioned, they are required to provide several options for buffers around the perimeter of the property. And I will go into those in a little bit more detail. A type A buffer, which is between 15 to 30 feet, will be required along all street boundaries of the development. A type B buffer, which ranges from 10 feet to 25 feet, will be required along all other non-street boundaries. And then a type C buffer, which ranges from 10 feet to 25 feet, will be required along all boundaries adjacent to single-family residential uses or residential lots with a parcel size of less than 1 acre, and when a single-family structure is located within 50 feet of the boundary of the development. So these are some photos from the site, from the access point off of Piney Woods Road. You can see that the surrounding area is wooded with not a lot of development. There's a good amount of vacant property in this area with some single-family residential and a good amount of agriculture in this area as well. And then these are some site photos from the access point off of Pender Lee Highway, as you can see. So access to the site is proposed via these 2 access points along the southern and northern borders of the project area. The access point along the southern border is Piney Wood Road, as I mentioned, as well as Pender Lee Highway, which is towards the northeast of the project site area. If approved, and once construction is complete, this facility is expected to generate an estimated 2 vehicle trips per month to maintain equipment and landscaping and vegetation. Construction of the facility is estimated to be completed within 9 to 12 months. So apart from the initial traffic from the construction, there will be realistically very minimal amount of traffic on a regular basis moving forward. And then we come to the Pender 2.0 Future Land Use Plan. The rural agricultural future land use category supports and protects Pender County's agricultural areas. These areas are an essential part of the county's economy and agricultural heritage. Within the rural agricultural future land use category, agricultural uses are highly encouraged. Preservation of prime farmland soils for continued prosperity of farming and forestry operations should be considered. Manufactured homes and very low-density single-family detached dwellings are appropriate in this category. Commercial, civic, office, and institutional uses are permitted where compatible with existing neighborhoods and as a resource or employment opportunity for area residents. Planning staff finds that the proposed use is consistent with the future agriculture, future land use classification with the Pender County 2.0 Comprehensive Land Use Plan because it is intended to provide a resource to area residents. The solar farm project is expected to produce enough energy to power approximately 50,000 homes. And then there's a policy that was consistent with the proposal, policy 5.1.FF, rural non-residential uses. The county shall continue to accommodate limited non-residential uses in rural areas. And then that brings us to the conditions for the project. The first 5 are standard conditions that we place on any special use permit. And after discussion with the applicant from our initial meeting, it was agreed upon that we would include a condition for a decommissioning plan, which I will read the language. Prior to final zoning approval, a decommissioning plan shall be recorded with the Pender County Register of Deeds. The plan shall identify and establish procedures for removal of equipment, conduit, structures, fencing, roads, and foundations. And that concludes staff's report, Mr. Chairman.
I'd like to ask a question. It's item number 6. Does that leave anything out? Is there anything that's not listed there that would, in a decommissioning situation? You wouldn't know the answer.
Not that I'm aware of.
I'll ask.
This is, I will say, this is language that was used on a previous solar farm approval by the commissioners. But we can certainly modify that language.
So Trey, how enforceable is item 6? I mean, if we're 50 years down the road and the person that owns the land at that point, how enforceable is item 6?
You mean what's the probability that North Carolina General Statute 160D403 is gonna be revised for people like me?
Or that
Or any
the
other
owner then
relevant
just
portion?
decides to hell with it, I'm not gonna do with that decommissioning plan, or it gets sold 6 times.
Well, that's part of the reason it's recorded, and it runs like other conditions, it runs with the land.
But
It's
how
not,
enforceable is it if they just decide not to do it? If the owner decides not to do it, what happens?
not me certainly, somebody would come to the board and ask if you wanted to try to go to court and see if we could get a directive that the owner comply with it. And now, whether the board would want to do that, whether that would be enforceable, I can't tell you. We've never had to do that. And are there other conditions where we pursue landowners to have things happen? Yes, I mean, and that can happen. One issue that I will just flatly state is the technology at the end of this project's useful life will probably be
Much different.
I mean, this would be like, going and looking at a medical text and saying apply leeches, probably, by the time, that comes up. So it may not be feasible to do, or may not be permissible to do what is in the plan, because that may not be deemed environmentally sensitive at that time. So that's a very difficult question to ask. It's more aspirational than it is an ironclad guarantee. I will certainly agree with that.
Thank you.
I have a comment.
Okay.
According to our EDA on farms that we approved in the past, it was required that they have a certain degree of fencing. And will this 7-foot security fence around the perimeter encompass the entire parcel area, 2,300 plus acres?
I believe it will encompass the entire solar area, but I can defer to the applicant to speak more to that.
Thank you. That's all I have.
This facility will produce enough energy to power approximately 50,000 houses.
Yes, sir, that's what I'm told.
That's incredible. Anybody else have any comment? Question?
Not this time.
Okay. Everybody else?
I don't have
I don't have anything else at this
Okay.
time, sir.
we need that.
We do
Do you
have a
have
few
anybody
things.
opposed to this?
Mr. Chairman, we'll have to, I'm sure Mr. Terrell's
Okay,
gonna make
call
it,
him.
he's gonna
Call him, all right.
wanna make his record. And I don't know, we've got a lot of people signed
Okay.
up. Ladies and gentlemen, this is for a special use permit. It's called a quasi-judicial hearing. And that means it's not really a trial, but it's kinda like a trial. That's why I asked that anyone that wanted to speak be sworn in, because you have to. And the commissioners have to base their decision on what people stand up and say. And along that way, again, I know Mr. Terrell is here, he's a member of the bar, as am I, And our normal procedure is we allow the applicant, whether they're represented by council or not, to present all the witnesses they want to. So if you signed up before somebody else and they get to talk first, it's not that we just want to let the applicant answer all the questions that they can before we then call on the public. And if somebody's already made your point, you can just say, my point's already been made, or here's what it was. You don't have to, come up and speak just because you reserve the right to do so. With that being said, Mr. Terrell, if you would please.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Good evening. I'm Tom Terrell with the law firm Fox Rothschild. Sorry, Michael, let's get you. I'm Tom Terrell with the firm Fox Rothschild. I'm based in the Greensboro office. I'm here tonight representing Coastal Pine Solar, which is a wholly owned subsidiary of a company called Birch Creek. There were 3 questions asked a few minutes ago, and I've written them down. I want to make sure that all 3 of them are answered. But we've just given you a notebook that addresses probably everything that you potentially could want to ask about a solar farm and about this site. Despite the fact that that notebook is thick, I will go through it very quickly and introduce this. This is an almost $300 million project. If it's approved, by the time it gets to construction, it would be over a $300 million project. So we're going to take our time here very seriously, and I have with me 6 consultants who will be addressing some of these points, but they will do so very, very quickly out of respect for your time. If you would turn to the first tab, this is a project overview, and I'm just going to hit some highlights because these are the questions that often come up. These are often the questions that people have. This is a large project. This sometimes is the elephant in a room, and people say, why is it so large? And the answer is Duke Energy. In 2017, Duke Energy asked the legislature if it could, and this is a simplification of a long process, if it could control the pipeline of the renewable energy being placed on its grid. And the legislature granted Duke the right to do that, and companies like Coastal Pine, or its owner, Birch Creek, have to participate in what is called an RFP process, a request for proposal, and submit projects in a competitive procurement situation. You cannot build a 5-megawatt farm anymore. That was the standard for years. To be competitive and be selected, you have to have a much larger project. So this is, the size is to make it competitive for Duke. The answer on the image you saw, that was the 6,900 acre site. That's not this site, that is the surrounding property. Coastal Pine will purchase, upon approval and financing and other things, will purchase a 2,360 acre tract in the middle, and we have that site plan in here. As to whether or not 50,000 homes is a true number, the answer is yes. The industry standard is approximately 1 home per 250 megawatts. So when you have, you have it's 250 megawatts times, how's the math on this, Chris? Per megawatt, thank you, 250 homes per megawatt, and so the simple math comes to 50,000. Sometimes it's more, sometimes it's less. This is an average size home, but yes, this is a true number. As to the setbacks, we have some images to show you. These are some of the largest setbacks I have seen. I have done somewhere between 150 and 200 of these projects in 4 states. This is incredibly buffered on all sides. There is a decommissioning process, which I will get to, and yes, ma'am.
I have a question. I just want to get the players squared away. You said that Coastal Pines Solar LLC was going to, if the special use permit was granted, and financing was available, would purchase property from whom?
Evergreen Timber Company.
From Evergreen Timber. So this is not a lease situation?
It is not.
So that would certainly be, who is Evergreen Timber Company?
Evergreen Timber Company is the owner of the parent tract, which is 6,910 acres.
So Coastal Pines Solar is out of California?
Coastal Pines Solar is a special purpose entity that was set up by Birch Creek.
Birch Creek.
Yes,
Okay,
Birch Creek
thanks.
Development, and I have there at the next tab. It's a group with substantial experience in this industry. And as I think you would know, every legal obligation is placed upon Coastal Pine pursuant to a special use permit follows that to any successor or assign. At the next tab is an introduction to Birch Creek. Birch Creek has, as we say, very deep industry experience, but with Birch Creek tonight is Mr. James Vedran, and also Patterson Calhoun is here with Enright Solar, who was working on the development of this. These gentlemen have come together over the last 3 years, and they have collectively worked on over a gigawatt of energy throughout the last 10 or 12 years as we've moved into the utility scale solar. At the next tab, there's an 8-page letter that we sent to everybody who was within 500 feet of the parent property. So if you live within 500 feet or have property within 500 feet of that 6,900 acre tract, you got a letter from us that was very detailed. It was very explanatory, and we invited anybody and everybody to, yes?
How many of those letters went out?
It was surprisingly, there aren't that many.
How many letters?
I think it was it 140? Do you remember the exact number? It's approximately 100.
But that wasn't required by the county.
It was not. The county did its own mailing. This was in addition to, so that we have reached out of respect for the neighbors. They need to hear it from us before they hear it from the county. We wanted to give them an opportunity to meet. Only 9 people came. We had a meeting at the train depot. We were there for a couple of hours. At least 4 were very supportive of the project. But the point is, we did a substantial amount of outreach to everybody around. I think several people figured out that they were going to be a mile or more away from the project, but they were still getting a letter and did not attend.
Well, I lived across the street and I didn't get a letter.
You should have been on the list.
Well,
If you
I
were within-
didn't.
Did you get a letter from the county? Well, then the county, we used the same list that the county provided us the list. So we were using the county's 500-foot.
County, this is a quasi-judicial proceeding. Did we send out any mailers or notices on this issue, Mr.
Oh, yes,
Hanley?
as
And
is
how many
required by
did we
statute.
send out?
It would have been it was the same list, using our
150?
using our GIS tool. We have a buffer tool that we use to, and we honestly are usually the ones who develop the list because we know how to use it. And in looking at I just ran the 500-foot buffer, and you are the next parcel away from 500 feet. So.
Close, but no tomato. Okay.
At the next tab, we have a frequently asked question section. If you would like to consult this at any time, this is something that we often hand out to people at our neighborhood meetings. It gets into a little more information than what is in the letter. Then we have two tabs. One of them, the next one is the site plan itself, but more important than that is the tab after that called Measured Setbacks. We're going to show you that on the larger screen, but this was done by Kimley Horn. I think Ms. Lester, who was here with Kimley Horn, her company has done in the hundreds of these projects, will tell you this is one of the most buffered projects that she's ever seen. It's certainly one of the most buffered that I have ever seen in terms of distances to homes, businesses, and the amount of trees in between. If you would like sort of a cheat sheet on your SUP standards, that's at the next tab. We have them printed there for your quick access. And then the rest of the notebook is information and evidence on compliance with each of the standards that are in your UDO. The next tab, though, before we get to the evidence, is nothing but a quick summary of the law and quasi-judicial proceedings in case we need a quick reference to what the law is at any time. But I think your attorney probably is well aware of what these cases are. At Standard 1, although your staff has told you that a solar farm is listed in RA, we show you a copy of your table of uses. At the next tab, to show you that it's consistent with the character and integrity of the surrounding or adjoining districts, we have a photo essay of what the adjoining uses look like. And I think it's important to note that there is utility infrastructure, very prominent utility infrastructure throughout this area, from the transmissions lines to two substations, the local lines going to people's homes. But also, there are a lot of uses, such as chicken farms, whose roofs actually look sort of like solar panels in a row. At the next tab, I'm going to introduce.
So I got a question before you move on.
Yes.
Before I forget. What do you estimate the taxes to be on an annual basis for this property once you get this solar farm operational?
I have not done that calculation.
Somebody
What-
has. To
but
be sure, you know
here-
how much the tax.
What I can tell you is that a not-for-profit that had no connection to an industry, to a company, did a study that came out in 2019 that looked at all the solar farms that had been approved in North Carolina. There were about 50 counties. And they looked at the tax income going to the county the year before it went up because of the solar farm. And then it looked at the reevaluation and the income coming in afterwards. The increase, the pre-post increase, was about a 2,000% jump. Now, there is this is what the personal property is taxed 100%. There's an ad valorem taxation that is abated. Even after the abatement, the amount that's paid is far more than what's being paid by land under agriculture or silviculture exemption. So your taxes are going up more than what they are regardless. It bothers some people that there is a tax abatement for solar on ad valorem. These companies can't change that. That's just the way that is.
No, but we should know that, and the public should understand it.
Yeah, we're glad to discuss that, but there will be about, on average, a 2,000% increase. And the other answer, yes, ma'am.
I don't have a question,
Oh.
I'm just listening.
Is that it's a use that does not draw from county resources, and it's a net increase. You look skeptical when I said that.
Yeah, you're using county resources right now.
I'm sorry?
You're using county resources right now. You're using our planning department to process this. It will use our resources in the county. So that's the reason why I asked the question.
Okay.
What's the incentive for the county to accept this proposal? There's not gonna be long-term tax benefits because we're gonna be not receiving, you don't even know how much your estimated taxes are gonna be for the property.
No, but that's not one of your special use permit
Well,
standards.
it's something that we do
Humor.
consider.
Okay.
Okay, and then the second thing is, there should be a reason for us to want to change that, as a benefit to the county. And so those are things that I'm gonna consider, so don't argue with me about them. There's reasons why I asked that question. If they're not incentives for the county, I have to factor that into my decision, so.
I will answer that in 2 ways. No children will be living here going to schools. You don't have, and hypothetically, you might draw upon your EMS and other resources, but for the most part, it is every county's experience that these entities don't draw upon departments or other uses once they're constructed. And the second point is, although we have the information about economics in here for your information, it is not a standard for your SUP. And we're trying to follow your law as to what we're supposed to demonstrate when we come. We do have information at the next 2 tabs on health and safety. I'm going to ask the engineers who are here. We have 2 engineers, one who is a mechanical engineer and the other an electrical engineer. On the issue of number 3, that's at the next tab, and if you would just go through 3 and 4, we have information at each tab that you're free to read, but we want you to know that every single standard in your ordinance, we have evidence that's competent, material, and substantial. We do have a report from a member of the American Institute of Certified Planners who addresses consistency with the comprehensive plan. Standard 5 is at that tab where we address utilities, access roads, and drainage. By the way, most counties have 4 standards and you have 8, so it takes a little bit longer to present these. Standard 6 and 7, just like the others, are at those tabs in Standard 8. Now, I would like to go, we have 3 more tabs, and that's what I will close out on that in a very short PowerPoint. There were some questions asked about decommissioning. Your ordinance does not require that we come forward to bond this project, but we are offering to do that. That decommission plan would be bonded, not just a plan on paper, but we offer, and I'll come to that at our last tab, we offer to put this in the form of a surety that's acceptable to your planning department and on a form that they feel comfortable with. And that would bond the removal of everything. Now, as to decommissioning.
So, as to decommissioning,
Yes.
what type of hazards would you anticipate having to incur expense for at the end of the lease period or for the life of the solar panels?
When you say hazard, what do you mean?
Well, what do you consider the decommissioning process?
It's very simple. The construction process takes about 12 months. The decommissioning process is a fraction of that. For example, you don't disturb land essentially, but you have the posts that hold the frames for the panels. They're pneumatically driven into the ground.
Yeah,
6 or
so,
7
so when you pneumatically drive posts into the ground,
Yes.
typically here, our ground's not that hard, so how do you pre-treat the subsoil before you pneumatically drive those posts into the ground?
It is not pre-treated.
You
just-
don't dig it out and
No.
pour concrete into
No.
it, form it back
No.
and grade it out?
No concrete. It's
How deep are these posts?
Now, there is, in one of the reports, there is of the health and safety reports, there's a photograph of the post that you see at the edge of a highway that has the guardrail. It's about that. That's an illustrative process and illustrative size. It would be about this large, this wide.
Okay, is it lead or is it
It's steel.
metal or steel?
Steel.
or- Okay. How long is it?
Now,
How much of it will be in the ground and how much weight will it hold on the individual panel?
panels, now, I'm going to ask Mr. Sandifer to.
I don't mean to get you down
correct
in
me.
the weeds, but I'm
But
just
that's-
trying to understand how tamping a
we're-
post will hold a solar panel that rotates and hold it firm
We're-
for 25 to 30 years.
We're glad to get into whatever weeds you wish. The post can go in, depending upon the type of soil, 8 or 10 feet. But they would only be approximately 6 feet, maybe 7 feet above ground, because to those posts, you have frames that are bolted on and the panels are placed into the frames. Now, when it comes to decommissioning, the decommissioning process is much faster, it's much easier. What all you do is you go through, you pop out the panels, you place the panels carefully into trucks or other vehicles, because those panels can be taken for recycling, they can be taken to other
What
projects.
are they recycling from those panels?
I'm sorry?
What are they recycling? What products or components are recyclable from those panels?
Just about every aspect of that panel is recyclable, but I'm going to get Mr. Sandifer or Mr. Cleveland to address the details on that, but they are about 90% recyclable. The panels themselves are very often taken to another project intact so that they can be reused elsewhere. That's another form of recycling. But to decommission, where it takes more time to drive the post in, I don't know how many of you have driven a tractor and pulled up a fence post, but it's the same way. Whether you have a John Deere or a Massey Ferguson, you take the rear hydraulic arm and you wrap a chain around it and just pull up your fence post, your regular post, your corner post. It's the same.
And that's salvage, that's worth something, right?
That is correct.
So the question, to roll back to my original question, is you've offered a bond above and beyond what our current requirements would be, soon to be changed, I hope. But you've offered a bond to go back and get property that y'all would own that would be recyclable.
Yes.
What are the costs incurred above and beyond retrieving your property?
Let me answer, I think I'm answering your question. Your cost of your salvage value for everything taken up.
Now, you keep saying you, I'm talking you.
What, that one takes
You.
up. The salvage value of all the components that come out of the ground, whether it's the copper in the wires, whether it's parts of the panel, whether it's the steel, the salvage value has a value on the market that fluctuates as the prices of the commodities change. But it very often comes up to or close to the cost of decommissioning.
Okay, so you're not considering any other activity associated with decommissioning, the cost of decommissioning a solar farm?
What do you mean by activity
Well, you're just talking about reclaiming your equipment. What about, let me ask you this. How many solar farms have you been involved with bringing to fruition?
Between 150 and 200.
Okay. How many in North Carolina?
Of that, I would say probably 40 have been in Virginia, South Carolina, Georgia.
So, again, my question was in North Carolina.
About 160, while just estimate, I don't keep a record or an index.
Yeah. So, in North Carolina, have you had occasion to work on a land acquisition and a project, which is, correct me if I'm wrong, isn't this kind of a utility plant size project?
Yes, anything, technically, anything from a half of a kilowatt up is considered to be utility scale.
So, have you, in North Carolina, been involved with a solar farm special use process for a solar farm over 1,000 acres?
Yes.
How about 2,000 acres? How many of those have you done?
2
And in North Carolina?
in North Carolina.
Okay. And so, were they allowed?
Yes.
And where are they located?
Scotland County and Richmond County.
Okay. So, have you, in your time in these hundreds of solar farms that you've been involved with, have you ever been involved with the decommissioning of a solar farm?
I have not.
Have you ever been involved in any peripheral litigation regarding solar farm decommissioning?
I have not.
So before you get too far, what's the life expectancy? What's the maximum life expectancy of this site?
I can answer that in several ways.
How about how long it operates by the time you get it
That's-
in the ground to the time you come back and pull it up?
The typical answer is in the context of a lease. There is no lease right here. So a better way to say what the life of this is that the panels have a guaranteed lifespan of 25 years. That's the warranty for 25. But the panels are expected to go up to around 40. Those panels can be replaced, and this could have a longer lifespan. It is anticipated that technology will change and increase over time, and we don't know what that technology will be. At the end, but this is the important thing about decommissioning, this can be returned to timberland or to agriculture. When you have homes or a chicken house put out here, you assume that that is a permanent structure, whereas a solar farm is put in with the assumption that it's temporary and that the land can be returned.
So I want to draw your attention because I'm somewhat confused. You say this is not a lease situation?
It is not.
And you're here today for a land use, a special use permit for a solar farm in excess of 2,300, but the farm itself is 2,300 acres.
That's correct.
Okay. So you included a memorandum and sale agreement in your application, which pertains to 1,000, purchase of 1,756 acres of land. Where's the remainder of that land for that project going to come from, and who owns it?
Could you want to address that? Pat?
You gotta come to the mic, you gotta introduce yourself.
you.
Hi, good evening, Patterson Calhoun, Denlight Solar.
And give an address, it can be a business address, that's fine, but we need an address for the record as well.
Atlanta, Georgia.
You're gonna have to speak up, please.
Atlanta, Georgia. There was an additional addendum to the contract which added an additional 600 acres. and we did submit that to the planning board. I did note that it didn't quite make it in, but that was submitted.
So we'll take your word for it, but on its face, that was a false statement in terms of the application, what you submitted in the application process. You see what I'm saying?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
We'd be happy to provide that to the
thank you.
commission.
These panels are manufactured in China, are they?
We don't know. Panels are sort of like the F-150.
I hear all this all the time, Chinese make all
Let
the
me tell you,
panels.
this is not amazing. They're like the F-150 that a lot of people drove here tonight. A lot of parts are made in America, but the electronics often come from Asia. Asia is a broader geographic entity, and maybe not China. Now, the iPhone that you're using, or people here are using, came from China. We know that. But we're looking ahead to a time when we don't know what the market will be. We don't know where the panels will be made. We don't know where the ones are. The only thing we do know is that this company is committing to purchasing Tier 1 panels, which means that they meet all the top criteria of Bloomberg's rating of solar panels. These are the top panels on the market. They are state of the art. But you have to get there in time to find out where they're made. More components of solar panels are now being made in the United States.
So what does your client, Coastal Pine Solar LLC, plan to do when they decommission these solar panels? Is there another legal agreement that sets forth a retransfer of land property once it's no longer used as a solar farm?
I'm confident the answer is no, there is not. But they would own the land, and they would be required upon approval to decommission the project and remove the panels at the end. I'm glad to stand here and answer all questions you have. I'd like to turn to the last tab and then do a very short PowerPoint. We want to offer two conditions that I'm not sure you have. The first one is that the buffer on Piney Woods, we want more than double that buffer from 25 feet to 55 feet. That would be all the existing evergreens plus any and all natural vegetation that would grow up, which should conceal all panels from Piney Woods. And the second, we're being a little bit more specific on decommissioning, although Coastal Pine agrees to the condition that was, I believe, number 6 from your staff report. We were just offering to do that in an amount and on a form satisfactory to your staff at the time of, get a little bit closer to the time of construction, because at that time the cost is often a lot clearer as to what would be needed. We do request two conditions coming out of your ordinance. And the first one is that solar farms no longer can be done in a 6-month turnaround. It takes sometimes 2 years or 24 months for Duke, which controls the entire process, to go through the engineering. And you can't speed Duke up. That's the way it is. You have to go through the Utility Commission, you have to go through the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, you have to complete site engineering, and so we ask for a 36-month period of time for a solar farm for a special use permit to be initiated. And then secondly, to be able to demonstrate if we common law vesting prior to that.
So, have there been any federal or state environmental reviews on this project? Is this the first stop on your march to becoming a solar utility?
It is one of the first stops to go. to go through the utility commission, and I think, does Kimberly do you're doing the environmental studies for the certificate of public need and necessity?
Where are you in that process of certificate of public need?
We need her to come up.
Well, the answer is yes. To go through the utility commission process, you have to do all kinds of studies of endangered species.
I understand that, sir.
Okay.
My question to you is, where are you in the process of the utility need
James
assessment?
or Patterson, you guys have the answer to that.
Patterson, Calhoun, Inlight Solar, Atlanta, Georgia. We are in the process of putting together that application to the NCUC.
So you haven't even applied for it?
Not for this type of project. Because of the scale of this project, it's a larger project. It's a bit of a different process than the usual CPCN.
Okay, and who are you with?
Inlight Solar.
I'm sorry?
Inlight Solar. I'm a co-development partner of Birch Creek, the parent company of Coastal Pine.
How many development partners do they have?
There could be several across the United States.
Okay. All right, so,
I'm primarily in the southeast.
okay.
Are any of those from Pender County, North Carolina? Any of those partners?
No.
Thank you. So I guess if you haven't initiated the process for public utility need assessment, then there has been absolutely no DEQ or other environmental studies submitted to date.
No, actually, we have kicked off and completed our environmental
When you
studies.
say kicked off, what does that mean?
They have been, the firm doing the environmental studies have been on the ground and completed their evaluation. We're just waiting for the written
For
report.
whom? I'm talking about a government regulatory application. Or is this a private entity that y'all have hired?
A private entity we brought in for the environmental review
So
of the
that you will
site.
have a report in hand for the application process?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, all right, thank you.
On that point, this is a misunderstood aspect. Solar farms are like any development. A subdivision, a shopping center, an industrial park,
In
they
what way?
have to comply with the Clean Water Act of 1972. They have to comply with every sedimentation, erosion control, regulation. They have to comply with the setbacks from streams and wetlands. There is no way not to do that. They are under the same regulations. And they are not considered impervious. The panels are placed far enough apart so that it's considered pervious, and only about 3% of this entire project would be considered pervious. So that the ground absorbs the water coming off the panels. I want to show, this will take 2 minutes to go through this, but the question that you have in your special use permits is it in any way harmonious, consistent with the character of the area? These are the transmission lines that are attracting a solar farm to the site. They are out there, they cross the roads, that we see them every day in every county of the state, and they're part of the landscape. This is a substation that is on Piney Woods Road. This is a substation at the corner of Penderley and Shiloh. We see these substations in our daily lives every day, but we don't see them as detracting. They are just part of our landscape, whereas this solar farm will be fully concealed. These substations are not. We have these local lines that go in front of everyone's house. That is part of the infrastructure that's there. A solar farm, although it won't be seen, it is very similar to adjoining or nearby structures. This is in your from your website, but it's chicken houses or poultry homes, but it looks very much like solar panels. chicken farms.
May I ask you a question?
Please.
The Renewable Energy Act, the cost of connecting your solar farm to Duke Energy, there's some cost associated with that, isn't there?
Yes, yes.
And are you familiar with this act, REPS, and its provisions that the cost of Duke capturing alternate sources of energy are passed along to their customers?
I have a rudimentary knowledge, but if you have a detailed question, I would defer to.
But that's my understanding, reading the act. Is that your understanding?
Go ahead.
No, the developer's gonna pay
Yeah, the developer pays an interconnection fee. Those interconnection fees are in the aggregate in the millions of dollars.
Yeah, for the initial, I guess, hookup. But isn't there a ongoing fee that's passed along to consumers?
I'm not sure what you're referring to.
Okay, I beg your pardon, I didn't mean to put you on the
No, that's
spot.
okay.
But I just know that the provision is there in the act.
In this case, there will be a substation. It's the substation. All of the current, the direct current in the panels goes to something called an inverter. The inverter converts it to an alternating current, and it goes from there to a substation. That substation is in the tens of millions of dollars. That's what puts this electricity up onto the grid. That cost is borne by Coastal Pine Solar or its parent company, Birch Creek Development. That's not something.
So it doesn't sound like you guys are gonna be leaving in 20 years, 25 years, 50 years. It sounds like you've set up a solar utility. If you're gonna have those kinds of $1 million of investment that you're gonna incur solely the cost, it's not like you're gonna decommission a farm and go away. You're gonna be here for a while, is that right?
It's just like any business. When you put in a lot of upfront cost, yes, you do try to stay. But that's not unique to a solar farm.
I didn't infer that it was,
Oh,
but
okay.
the subject is solar farms.
Okay, right, okay. I have just put in some photographs of architecture right adjacent to it. We do have a lot of buffers. This is in your book. This is, I said, was one of the most concealed sites I have seen. It is in one place from Penderley. It is almost 9,000 feet. From Shallow Road, the distances are between 3,000 and 4,000 feet. It does go down and touch Piney Woods, so that's why we're offering extra buffer along Piney Woods. But you can see here that the distances to other properties or homes is tremendous.
Has there been anyone contacted, or do you have any concern, or is it your client's protocol to do any kind of assessment as to what a farm like this with a 7-foot fence all around it and no grass and clean cut would do to the wildlife in this area?
There will be grass.
You
Under the
have
panels,
to
yes.
clear cut the timber, and then you have to build the fence. Okay, so how do the animals get in your fence to eat the grass?
James or Patterson, will you be doing wildlife permeable fencing?
You got to come up to the mic. Whoever's
Okay.
answering it.
The answer is not planned to, but would you be willing to consider doing that? Okay, because we can offer as a condition what some other companies do that was pioneered by the North Carolina Wildlife Federation, which is to have a fence that has openings that are small enough that even the smallest child cannot get through, but every mammal that is the size of a fox and smaller can get through. And we'd be more than happy to offer that as a condition.
So let me ask, I gotta ask a couple questions before I forget. So this is a no battery storage design, correct?
That's correct.
So this is a secondary form of electricity, correct?
A secondary form?
Yes, it's not a base load, it's a secondary form of electricity. You can't possibly be creating electricity at night, right?
Oh, that is correct. It's directly from sunlight.
Yeah, so it's a
That's correct.
secondary form of electricity. It's not base load. Base load is something that's 24/7.
Yeah, that's correct.
That's continuous. This only works when the sun shines.
That's correct.
Okay. Talk to me about heat island effect.
I want Mr. Cleveland to talk about that, but there will not be a heat island effect is essentially the answer. But you need someone who is an engineer.
And that's fine. I want somebody to talk to me about heat
He will
island.
be up here in about 5 minutes.
And I want to talk about the components of the panels.
I'm sorry?
I said I want to talk about the components of the panels.
All right, Chris or Tommy, which one of you would address that one? All right, Mr. Sandberg will address that. I'm going to finish this up and then sit down. We have excellent buffers as already on Piney Woods, but this is the future of this land is for the trees to be cut. I mean, that is, that's why the trees are there, is to be harvested. But on decommissioning, I think it's a fair point that other buildings in the county, just like every county, anywhere, are not required to be decommissioned. And there are several buildings immediately adjacent to this site.
But you understand this is private property.
That is private property right there, and that's private property also. And this is private property, but it's not, there's
Are you
not.
saying they're ugly?
I would never say that.
I think
I'm
you
saying-
just did.
I'm saying that
I
they are.
think you just did.
I'm saying that they can be abandoned, and there is.
Yeah, and that's what
nothing-
we're afraid of.
There's nothing
That's
to.
exactly what we're afraid of.
That there's nothing to require removal. This has a requirement for removal. It is enforceable by the county. The county, through its enforcement of its UDO, if the bond, for whatever reason, is not sufficient, the county can bring an action, and it's, the cost of it will be a lien against the property. But that decommissioning is an enforceable order. Now, I would like for Mr. Sandifer to come up, followed by Mr. Cleveland. Chris Sandifer is an electrical, I'm sorry, let me get Jim Lester up first, very briefly, to talk about some of the site issues. But she's with Kimley Horn. Her company has done several hundred of these projects. She can give you that broader context.
Is this a law firm or an
No,
engineering
it is Kimley Horn is one of the largest and most respected engineering firms in the Southeast. They are based in Raleigh. Mr. Sandifer spent 30 years with Duke Energy. He is an electrical engineer. He is a private consultant, but he can address different aspects of how they work and their components. Mr. Cleveland is a mechanical engineer, a master's of mechanical engineering from NC State, and he was involved with the launching of the clean energy and solar program at NC State and has been a consultant to many local governments in North Carolina. Following him will be Mr. Rich Kirkland. Mr. Kirkland has been introduced many times as the country's leading expert on the value, on the impact that a solar farm could have on adjoining properties. And Ms. Kara Drain is a planning consultant who will address the land use plan components. She does agree with your staff, but she has a very brief report. And then finally, Mr. Michael Graham. Mr. Graham handed you your notebook. Mr. Graham actually is a consultant on these projects because he has a perspective that nobody else here has. He lives next to a solar farm. He has worked on solar farms, and he can answer questions from that personal perspective that nobody else can. So I'm going to turn it over right now to Ms. Lester.
Good
Good evening. My name is Jen Lester. I am a licensed professional engineer in the state of North Carolina. As Tom mentioned, I'm currently a civil engineer at Kimley Horn and Associates, located at 421.
Can you speak up, please? Yeah.
Located at 421 Fayetteville Street, Raleigh, North Carolina. So as a firm, Kimley Horn has worked on over 60 gigawatts of solar development and design. I have worked on about 100 across the Southeast and the Mid-Atlantic. I will keep mine very, very brief here, but the site plan that's in the binders shows the maximum extent of the development. So what that does not include, at the end of the day, it's going to exclude setbacks, it's going to exclude wetlands and streams. I believe there was a question about fencing and what would be enclosed, so I think it's a requirement of the National Electric Code that facilities do need to be completely enclosed by fencing. What that typically does is it goes around streams and wetlands. You know, usually we wouldn't want to impact or cut across those. So that total amount, once you factor that in, as well as any erosion control basins or requirements, is it's going to be slightly less than that 2,300 acres. So of the sites that I have worked on,
So how much less, do you know?
at this point,
You've worked on this project, right? You've
I have worked on
prepared
this
the site
project.
plan?
We prepared the site plan. The site is still preliminary, so with the environmental delineations being completed, the site will still need to go through electrical design and civil design, so we don't know what that final number is, but typically it is a little less, it's quite a bit less.
Okay, so who are you working for? Who
I work-
contracted with your firm?
I work for Kimley Horn. We are contracted by Birch Creek.
Birch Creek.
That's correct. Or Coastal Pine LLC. So yeah, in my experience, this is one of the most well-buffered sites that I have worked on, not just because of the setbacks that Tom had mentioned, but also because of the large amount of existing vegetation. So nearly the entire site is enclosed in existing trees. So those would be left in place where possible. They would be preserved. If there are any areas where vegetation is insufficient, then evergreen buffering would be planted in its place. So yeah, in my professional opinion, the site plan as proposed meets or exceeds the requirements of Pender County, as well as any applicable state and federal regulations. But I am happy to answer any questions that you have on the civil side, erosion control, stormwater.
Where's your firm located?
We are headquartered in Raleigh, North Carolina.
Okay, all right. Would you classify, and I'm sorry, I don't mean this.
No, go ahead.
It's a personal question. Are you an urban dweller or are you a rural dweller?
I live in Johnson County, so it's a little rural.
Yeah, it is. Okay, enough said. All right. I don't have any other questions.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, just a point of order to a question that came up earlier with regards to the memorandum of sale that's in the packet. We had two versions of that document. We did have the second version. When I was building the packet, I grabbed the wrong one. And so I want to apologize to the board, to the public, and to the applicant for my mistake there.
Thank you for your integrity.
So you're an electrical engineer?
Good evening, yes, sir. My name is Chris Sandiford. Thank you guys for letting us speak tonight. I am an electrical engineer, and I'm a professional engineer in North Carolina and a bunch of other qualifications. I'm also a licensed electrical contractor, unlimited classification. I own solar farms. I live on a farm. I own a farm that has solar panels on it, 100 acres of panels on it. I serve on the Nash County Planning Board. We've approved 37 utility scale so far, pretty much. That's probably as far as we're gonna get.
Wait, you, Nash County has approved how many utility-sized solar farms?
37. Now, all of them have not been built yet, and that was just like the gate. You get through the gate, and then there's so many more hurdles that you have to get to. But at least over half of them have been built, and we don't have one this size.
What's the largest one y'all got in Nash
Well,
County?
if you let me finish, what I was gonna say, we've got a 50 megawatt right beside a 75 megawatt, which is right beside a 30 megawatt. So if you take all of them together, it's almost this size. So, but they didn't come that way. They came as as smaller packages. But as time goes forward, it looks like the larger projects are the ones that are going to be the most successful in the procurement process. But at the time, these have been built, so they've been up for several years. So that was not the case when they were put in. So they were put in smaller segments.
So you should be able to answer, I'm up here, I'm right here. So you should be able to answer a question about electrical shock and arc flash.
Sure. These are high-powered devices. You talk about something that's 200 megawatts. That's a large device.
I understand.
And so
I do 1,600 megawatt nuclear plants. That's what my business is. I understand.
Yeah, so, well, I mean, we have a lot of available fault current, but the equipment is going to be, the interconnects will be specified by Duke, paid for by the applicant, paid for by the project. And so the switchgear, like you say, it probably won't be as big as a 1,500 megawatt nuclear project, but it's, you know, they make equipment that can handle 230 kV at 200 MVA. That is not an unusual device for Duke or a lot of large utilities. So, I mean, it's just becoming part of the grid. As they close more and more of the coal plants down, Duke is already committed to closing every coal plant in the Carolinas down by 2030. And they've already, at this point, they've already closed over a fifth.
Okay, I understand. But that was, so what does this solar farm offer to mitigate electrical shock and arc flashes, which cause fires, right, if they occur?
Well, the way you mitigate it is to keep the fuel load down. And so what you do is they will have natural summer grasses planted under the panels, but you just keep that fuel load managed so that you abate the amount of fuel that can ignite, because although the panels themselves are not flammable.
They can burn, according to your own article and information. They can burn if there's enough heat, if there's enough electrical impulse.
Oh, you're talking about if you had an arc on
It's in your section about arc flashes, so
Well,
they can burn.
Yeah, okay, if you have
they got copper in them, right?
an arc on what the cables that connect them up, they're up to like 1,500 volts. They're not near, each string is connected into a combiner box. They don't have the power. It's the accumulation of all of them together which provides that much power. So any one string, if you have, I'm not gonna say it can arc, but it won't be enough arc energy there to ignite that panel. Since there's no flammable, it's not like on the top of a roof. You have that same panel. If you had something to interfere with the cabling, then you have an asphalt shingle right there that could burn. Well, these don't have a fuel load. The fuel load is going to be on the ground. Hopefully, it's less than 6 inches and so there's not going to be enough. It's not going to start a wildfire. In Nash County, I mean, I can tell you what our policy is. We don't even go in them. They just disc around. If the project cares so little about their project, they don't abate the vegetation. And there was a wildfire got out.
And I assume the same thing about around the substation and around all the electrical.
Right. Well, those will be Duke specs, and they will be gravel. He said that 3%.
They'll be gravel.
Yeah, that's where that 3% comes in.
So talk to me about the electromagnetic fields.
Okay. From the boundary of the project, it would be no different than the background radiation that the background of the earth has. Right now.
Say that again. I'm sorry, I didn't catch that last you said.
Okay. We live on a planet that has a magnetic field that's extremely powerful. It protects us from the sun's ionized radiation. It's what allows life to survive on this planet. It's the electromagnetic field that we have. The Aurora Valley Outs, you can see that. The Southern Lights. That's what that magnetic field at the boundary will be twice what you can measure from the utility energy that's being
in an
put
ideal, perfect world, ideally.
I'm just saying the inverse square root of, no, that's electronics. That's what it's going to be. I mean, we cannot produce that much electromagnetic field with this device. We don't, it's not there.
What are those solar panels made of?
They're primarily made out of the three most common elements on the planet: silicon, oxygen, and aluminum. They're in aluminum frames, they have glass covers on the front and the back, and they have a silicon substrate.
And Teflon?
A what?
Teflon? Are any aspects of them made of Teflon?
No, no. There would be some ethylene vinyl acetate that's used as a sealer.
Is that a similar compound to Teflon?
Absolutely not. This is not a PFAS.
Are you familiar with the term PFAS and PFOS?
Yes.
All right.
So this is not, I don't know of a manufacturer that uses PFAS on their panels for this type of bifacial panel. I don't know of one that does.
What panel will you be using on this project? What panel is slated to be used on this project?
A tier 1 panel that's available in 5 years.
Say that again. I'm sorry. I'm not understanding you very well.
I'm sorry. A tier 1 panel, a high quality manufacturer that makes Bloomberg's tier 1.
I understand that. So there are standards and they fluctuate from time to time, as we've seen with our own PFOS, PFAF levels that DEQ has raised and lowered here of late for our water consumption. So, having said all that, who is the manufacturer for the panels that you intend to or have earmarked for this project?
That's an excellent question, but I'm saying that 5 years out, we don't know who.
Are you not going to answer my question?
No, ma'am, I can't. It's not been selected.
Okay. No, thank you. That does
Oh, it's a
answer
tier
the
1,
question.
that's all I can tell you. They're gonna use a top quality company, manufacturer, to do that. I can't even tell you what country it's coming from, because nobody knows.
What are the size of these panels?
4 by 8, are they?
They're probably about half the, right now, these panels would be about half the size of a 4 by 8 sheet of plywood.
Okay.
About half that much surface area.
Okay, all right.
What if lightning hits the panel it's grounded? If lightning hits the panel, it's grounded so to go right in the ground, or lightning should hit our panel?
Right, well, that'd be an odd situation, but the panels aren't that high off the ground.
Right.
I'll answer this question, and it's gonna answer your question too. So let me back up to about how deep in the ground do these go. There will be some soil tests, and they'll determine the soil type, soil qualities, probably standing alone. I have put in ball field lights here in this county in a past life, and we had to go really, really deep. That's a totally different thing.
Why?
So, because the sandy loam is so deep.
Right.
And so I would suspect that we would have some fairly long piles to get, because they're gonna do a wind load. They're gonna have to do a wind load. It's gonna have to meet all the wind loading. And so the panels that transfer the wind energy to these piles, it's gonna have to be designed to handle that. So if you got a 14-foot ground rod at every 50 feet for, this way, and every 20 feet this way for 2,000 acres, that's a pretty good ground. So it's going to dissipate. When lightning hits, is a ground gradient, and so that panel that gets hit, that structure that gets hit, is probably going to be destroyed. But the infrastructure around it should be okay. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, thank you, yeah.
So in situations, how many farms have you had involvement in having installed?
I couldn't even tell you, hundreds.
Okay, so
I installed these. I connected them when I was at Duke. So
Sure,
I was on
sure,
that side of the
sure,
meter.
sure.
Now I'm an independent consultant.
So
and-
have you ever known of having to actually dig into the soil, bring the soil up, mix it with concrete to make it stronger
No, ma'am.
so that it would support a pole?
That technology is not used at all.
What-
When they do the soil analysis, they'll decide, I'm not a soils engineer, we do have a civil engineer who might be able to answer it, but the soils engineer will tell us how deep the pile has to go. So we tell, when they know what the wind loading is, because the panel is selected, they'll know what the wind loading's got to be, so they'll know how much strength, how far it has to go in the ground to maintain it. It's not to hold the panel up, it's to hold it down. In other words, when the wind comes by, you don't want the panel floating off. So the whole point of it is to keep it down, not to hold it up.
So, as far as you know, there's nothing in the solar panel that would leach into the soil?
No, ma'am. I would not have put them on my farm if they would leach in the soil.
So you have them on the farm where you live?
Not, I have them adjacent to me. It's not my land where they are. I have it on a different farm that I have. It's family farmland, but I don't live on that part of it.
So you're saying that the solar panels, I'm right here, thank you.
Thank you.
You're saying that the solar panels do not contain any toxic material, is that correct?
That is correct. They do have a, not the solar panel itself, but they do have a connector because it's copper. And so they do normally have like 10 milligrams of solder that they use to actually make the connection. But that's sealed inside of the EPAs and it's sealed inside the glass. And it's not exposed to the environment. It's very small. They'll do a toxic characteristic leak test procedure on these things, and they will be allowed to be put in the landfill. It's nothing compared to somebody having a dove shoot and going out and shoot 1 ounce, an ounce and a quarter, ounce and a half shot, and shoot 2 boxes of shield to get a limited dove and spraying lead all over it. It's nothing like that.
I understand that, but relevant to solar panels tonight, I just want to understand again, you're saying.
Well, I'm just trying to get
To your knowledge, there's nothing toxic.
other than the solder that makes it, the little bit of solder they put on the connection to make this metal connect with this metal electrically.
Is there any lead involved in this process at all with the connector, either the panels themselves?
Yes, sir. In the solder. I can't say for sure, but I'm erring on the side of caution that I'm telling you that it very well could put a panel out there that had 0 lead in it.
Well, could not lead break down into the soil?
No, sir. It's sealed between 2 layers of glass and 2 layers of thermoplastic.
So over the whole period of just 25 years, it's no possibility that lead can break down?
I would say exactly what you just said, no possibility. If that panel is compromised in any kind of way, then it will quit producing electricity. These things are monitored, each string is monitored. And this, now when you start talking about financing, then you're talking about cash flow. If one string gets compromised, if one panel gets compromised, the whole string is knocked out, and now you're not selling energy. And that's what pays the bills, is selling the power. So if that happens, if a panel got cracked, then the monitors would know it immediately, the same day.
My concern is that, and maybe I read a lot, and so it seems like there's a lot of research out there on these solar farms and a lot of information that's unknown to us. And I go back to your comment at the very beginning about it having very minimum impact on the county. But when you decompress these, when these are decommissioned, you have to then take them to the landfill, correct?
Well, to be honest with you, I cannot tell you how many decommission reports I've done. But very little, the panels are just too valuable. It's like, would you take a car to the landfill? Well, nobody's gonna take a car to the landfill because it's worth a lot more. Even if it's a junk car and don't run, it's worth a couple $100. I mean, just for the metal. This is gonna be the same way. I mean, you've got copper, you got aluminum, you got the glass, you got the silicon. All of that is recyclable, and so it's just too expensive. That's assuming you didn't put it on a secondary market, but just assuming you were going to just take it out and take the valuable parts out of it. Right now it's about 95% recyclable. So, 5% could go to a landfill.
Does hail bust these panels?
I think it can. You get a large enough piece of hail, it could. But if it breaks, it's gonna stop working, and it'll just have to be replaced.
What is the unit life expectancy of a panel, a tier 1 panel that's approved by Bloomberg?
Okay, they're 25 years. That's what they're guaranteed to for 85%, 85, 86. Different manufacturers are running in that area. But that doesn't mean the panel the next day is not any good. It just means it continues to degrade and it goes down. So at the end of 40 years, which is the life of the transformers, life of the inverters, life of the conductors, it's the same as the life of the transformer that Duke's going to put on their side. The life of electronic equipment is normally considered about 40 years. So I would assume they won't repanel at the end of 25 because of degradation in the output that will be sized large enough in the beginning. So understanding at some point in time we're only getting 80%, but everything is still going to be functional. We'll still meet our contracts. We'll still make our cash flow and our revenue goals. Does that make sense?
It does make sense. I'm just wondering, at what point in the business model will you determine whether or not to replace those panels?
Right, right. Well, I have no idea. I mean, they're going to sign a fixed contract, now, and normally there'll be 15
They
years.
do.
The applicant is going to have a fixed contract with Duke. Typically, that's for 15 years. What the price of electricity is when they renew, I can't tell you that.
So if they can't sell if the solar farm doesn't have a contract with Duke, they don't have a product. They don't get paid. And what's the likelihood of 15 years down the road, Duke wouldn't renew the grid contract with a large utility-sized solar farm?
Well, that's what they're counting on. That's what they're moving to. That's what Duke's invested in, so.
Well, yes, and I understand that, so let me get to my point.
Okay.
I know Nash County, you said you had 3 farms that combined didn't equal the utility
Pretty
size
close,
of this
yeah.
one. So if Duke is no longer interested in bothering with the small mom and pops, which what we've seen here locally are farmers that have, no longer farm their land and they want another source of income, and the small and so then when their contract comes up for renewal, if there's a larger utility size farm, what's the likelihood that Duke would renew the contract for the smaller guys?
It's
honestly,
I think the infrastructure's there. It's already built, so I would think that it would just be like paperwork then. How much does it cost to process the paperwork to get another 5 megawatt or 10 megawatts? It's not going to be like we have to do some engineering study to maintain that point of entry for the energy. And so I would say if there's a demand for electricity in 15 years, now your guess is as good as mine on that. I would assume people are going to still want air conditioning, refrigeration, and that kind of stuff in 15 years, but I don't know that, but I assume that, and so, and that's what my client, that's what they're assuming, that there will be a demand, because these are very capital intensive, and so that's I'm sure that's what I don't know. I've been promised all my life, since I don't know, maybe this big, that there was going to be fuel cells and people were going to disconnect from the grid and there were going to be this kind of battery and that kind of battery. Well, I'm about to retire, and guess what? We don't have that kind of stuff yet. We're still relying on the utilities to provide our electricity. I mean, that's I would assume in 15 years that will be the same thing.
Thank you.
But my crystal ball is not that good. Oh, let's see if there's other thing. I think that was also the question I heard you guys ask. But I'm here to answer anything else that you may have a question on.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, we've already, yeah.
So is this the guy that can answer my question about heat island effect?
Yes, sir, that's me.
Okay.
State your name and address, please.
Yes, sir. I'm Tommy Cleveland, 4141 Laurel Hills Road in Raleigh. I'm a professional engineer in North Carolina and worked my whole career in solar energy. I spent 12 years at NC State at a group there that focused on renewable energy. And now the last 5 years, I've worked at a nonprofit energy consulting firm doing inspections of solar farms on behalf of Duke Energy. And then for about almost the last 10 years, I've also worked as a consulting engineer on topics similar to this on health and safety impacts. So I'm here tonight as a private consulting engineer to address health and safety
So
questions.
let me read you the first sentence out of your guys' own.
Maybe you're referring to, yeah, I do have a report in your book. that
So
I
the
write.
localized effect of large-scale PV facilities on temperature and moisture are not well understood yet. That's the first line of your,
I think the sentence continues, or at least the concept continues in the next sentence.
yeah, it just makes a conclusion that, since they're not well understood for this application, that it's insignificant, basically, is what it's saying.
Well, what I mean there by well understood, meaning there's, it's something that's only been studied a little bit, but it's understood well enough to know
So
that there's.
for the general public, define what heat island effect is. It's from parking lots and
It's
urbanized
also called
areas, right?
urban heat island
Yeah.
effect, yes. The fact that urban environments absorb solar radiation a lot different than rural environments.
That's correct.
Particularly because they're darker and hold on to that heat and tend to be hotter at night. And solar sites like this are very different from an urban environment. The solar farm is still fully vegetated across all but 2 or 3% of the land area. And of all the energy that hits the panels, about 20% of the solar energy is taken away in the form of electricity. So you naturally have some of that solar energy not going to heat. It's being pulled out into the wires as
So
electricity.
have you ever cropped tobacco in a sandy loam field?
I haven't. I'm from Robinson County, and I know a lot of people that have. but
I can tell you it retains a little bit of heat. Okay? I'm just speaking from a little experience.
I'm just comparing, not saying it doesn't hold the heat, but it doesn't hold it like urban locations. That's why it's called a urban heat island effect. And under the solar panels, it will still be soil and grass. Much more like a rural location than an urban location.
Thank you.
Yeah, I can introduce a little bit of my report. I know you've already talked to Mr. Sandifer a lot about the same kind of topics I can cover, but these questions of health and safety is something I've looked at going back to my time at NC State, and I wrote a fairly lengthy public information white paper on the topic back in 2017, and I've continued to stay abreast with all the latest industry and academic research on the topics. And you'll see my report addresses a large number of concerns that often get raised about potential health or safety impacts. And I've looked deeply into all those questions and at the available academic research on those questions. And
Can I
cite
ask you a
those.
question?
Yes, ma'am.
How long have you been involved in this project? And what kind of studies have you performed?
At this project, not very long, maybe a month.
Okay. Have you done any soil samples?
No,
Evaluated any water quality issues?
no, not at the site.
Are you aware of the type of water sources that residents in this area have?
I could make assumptions, but it's not something I've looked at.
Okay, all right. So you don't know whether the residents surrounding this project are on well water or processed water?
I assume there'd be a lot of wells, but I haven't verified that.
Wouldn't that be important?
Not particularly. It wouldn't change any conclusions. You can, I mean, there's been research done to say, well, what in the worst case scenario, if a lot of these panels broke, could anything leach out into neighboring wells? And the answer is no, that it would not have any impact at all to any neighboring wells, even in the worst case scenario that the researchers could come up with. This was an international group of researchers looking at the
Okay,
question.
let me stop you. I have a very specific question I want to ask you.
Okay,
Do you know how high the water table is under this project?
I don't.
Who pays your salary?
Well, I have a full-time salary with a energy consulting firm, but that has nothing to do with my time here this evening. I'm here as a consultant, paid for by the project.
By the project?
Coastal-
Who is the project?
Birch Creek Development and the Coastal Pines Solar.
So, in your time, in your whole career in solar, or in your studies or your experience or your keeping up with the reading in the industry, do you know of anything that would leach into the soil underneath a solar farm?
I mean, I assume where you're going is there anything that could possibly leach that'd be of concern? The panels, as Chris said, they do use, most of them use lead-based solder, so there is tiny amounts of lead in every panel. It's sealed away from moisture and air, so unless the panel breaks, there's no way for it to get out. If the panels are just cracked, water still doesn't penetrate through the encapsulation layer. There's layers of industrial adhesives behind the glass that are
That's why I
waterproof.
asked the question about hail. So we do get hail.
Yeah, and they are rated for.
And then we get a
I
lot
believe
of
it's-
rain. Usually it's around hurricanes. I don't know if
So
that's been
steel, the steel supports that are pounded into the ground,
Mhm.
10, 12, 14 feet. Any problems with that?
It's a galvanized steel. It's standard in construction. There is galvanization means there's a zinc coating on the outside of the steel, and that zinc does wear away over time, but there's no concern from that. Often people take zinc vitamins. I mean, it's something that humans ingest on purpose.
So we should be happy about that. How about concrete? How about any seepage or?
No, I mean, there's very small amounts of concrete in the project, but there are some concrete pads. But there's no environmental or health or safety concerns that anything that comes off the concrete.
So I don't know if you would know this, but how many yards of concrete would be required to install each panel?
There's no concrete for the panels. There's concrete pads that are poured for the inverters and transformers.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right.
Yeah.
So how many yards?
All those, I could make some estimates off the top of my head. Those inverters are often around 4 megawatts each. So you'd have roughly 50 of those inverter, and there's a transformer associated with each inverter. And those pads, Chris says 2 yards. I was going to guess 3 yards maybe, but not, a small enough relative to construction projects. It's a very small amount of concrete.
Okay, all right. How many, did you say relay stations were there to accommodate how many
Inverters,
panels?
stations.
Inverters
Yeah,
to convert electricity.
They're,
yeah.
different manufacturers, they come in different sizes, but about a 4 megawatt inverter is fairly typical size today.
And each panel's what, 650 megawatts?
650 watts.
Watts?
And there's some conversion there. That's a DC watts, and then that's an AC megawatts output. So you may have, for a 4 megawatt inverter, you may have 5 megawatts worth of solar panels connected to it, something on that kind of ratio.
What about the inverter? Is there anything that would leach into the soil?
No,
from the inverter?
there's no liquids in the inverters. They're big electrical equipment. They have some high-speed switches in there that are able to convert the DC electricity to AC electricity. But there's nothing in there that would leach out or could leach out.
So, were you here just for our benefit tonight to answer questions, or are you going to tell us about some studies you've done? or have you done any studies? I'm sorry, you probably told me that.
Yeah, I prepared one of the reports. I'm not sure which tab it is. I think tab 3 or 4.
Okay.
It's I think a 15, 16-page report. That was an assessment of this project. And that's based on all my knowledge of, yes, health and safety, yes ma'am, of the industry and the types of equipment the project will use and what's available, what's defined so far by the site plan.
But it's not specific to that parcel and
No,
that property?
it is specific to that parcel and that property. And I took into account the information that I needed to be able to come to conclusions I did, but I don't need to know things. No.
What information specific to this project on Shiloh Road and Penderley Road did you take into consideration?
Well, I'm very familiar with this part of the state and solar farms built in this part of the state. So I took into consideration just the general location, but I also considered just the size of the project. I looked at the properties around the project to have a familiarity with what's around, and took into consideration the fact there are homes near the perimeter of the project.
Okay, thank you.
Do solar farms have any effect on crops? Or have that, as a researcher, have that been studied?
Yeah, that's been studied in a number of different ways, and other than the solar panels shading crops, if you try to get crops under them, there's a lot of work now to work on growing crops under the panels. So some crops do well, some don't. Maybe you're asking about like impacts to the land and future crops, and yeah, that's something I've looked into and researchers have looked into. And there's no negative impact to the land. You have positive impacts because the organic matter in the soil is increased over that time because you're not removing organic matter by harvesting something off the land. The soil tends to increase the amount of organic matter, but there's nothing about the solar system that's negatively impacting the land or the soil that would ever impact crop production in the future.
So you're a researcher, right? Correct? You researched this topic.
I've researched this topic a lot, yeah. I consider myself a solar engineer.
Would you say it's qualitative, quantitative research?
It's researching of, I guess, both in different situations, qualitative and quantitative. I'm not sure what you're referring to specifically.
The overall study that you're basing your conclusion on, your analysis on.
It's on all.
One could be more
it's
opinion
conceptual
versus fact-based.
Oh, I'm sorry. What was that?
One could be more opinion versus fact-based.
Oh, it's very fact-based. I look at primarily scientific papers that are peer-reviewed and the conclusions they've come to, along with my knowledge and understanding of the technology itself and my experience with the technology. I'm out in the field with my day job about once a week, inspecting the construction of solar farms and their connection to the grid. I'm also very familiar with what goes on during and after construction of these sites.
Are you familiar with what goes on during decommissioning of these sites?
Practically no utility scale projects have been decommissioned because they just last so long and haven't been built that long. But I'm very familiar with the construction, and it's easy to imagine just doing that in reverse.
Yeah.
If some of what you've heard described, kind of like construction where you just don't have to be very careful. Instead of lining things up, getting them exactly the right height, you're just pulling them out and moving them out of the field, or digging something up instead of burying it.
I don't have any more questions. Thank you.
More questions?
Well, I got one more question probably for the council.
Yeah, that's good. I would like to conclude, just make sure my conclusion is clear, that my professional opinion is the project would not endanger public health or safety, as I explained in my report.
So, excuse me, and you had how many years at state and how many years of work experience?
Well, 12 years as a full-time employee at NC State, a part of the North Carolina Clean Energy Technology Center. It is a research and engagement center, and I taught classes and did other work in solar energy, and now 5 years as an engineer at an engineering consulting firm, inspecting and commissioning projects for Duke Energy.
I appreciate your
Thank you.
candor and your honesty. Appreciate it.
Thank
Yes,
you
sir.
very
Yes, sir.
much.
Can I get the attorney to come up for just a second? I can't remember. I'm sorry. Yeah, thank you. How much of the $275 million capital investment is federally or state subsidized?
This project, as well as Birch Creek, will not receive a dime from the state of North Carolina or from the federal government.
So no subsidies, no incentives from either one?
Did I say that correctly? Mr. Bedrin, who represents the project, agrees. I have represented probably a dozen to 15 different companies. To my knowledge, not a single one of them over the last 10 or 12 years has ever received a dime in state or federal subsidy of any kind.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
I just wanted to know how much I was paying for it as a taxpayer. So zero is good. Although I like solar, don't get me wrong. I've always thought that we wasted good farmland building solar farms. Solar's not a bad thing, don't get me wrong. I'm not completely against solar.
Okay.
So, good evening. Hi, my name is Rich Kirkland with Kirkland Appraisals. I'm a North Carolina State Certified General Appraiser. I'm also an MAI through the Appraisal Institute, and I'm a member of the ASFMRA, the American Society of Farm Managers and Rural Appraisers. I've been looking at solar farms for about 14 years and whether or not they have impacts on adjoining property values. In that time, I've worked in about 26 states, mostly in North Carolina, but I've branched out. And I've looked at right at about 1,000 different solar farms at this point. Again, just looking at the specifics of this site, the adjoining uses, there's only 3 adjoining homes to this site, and the closest home is about 800, 900 feet away. We've done paired sales analysis where we've looked at homes and land values next to existing solar farms to see if we could measure anything, compare those to similar properties nearby that are not next to a solar farm, see if we can measure anything. It's called a paired sales analysis. We've done a great deal of that. I believe you've got a copy of my impact study in there. And again, just to summarize, it's my professional opinion that this project as proposed will not have a negative impact on adjoining property values and that it's in harmony with the area. And just to go a little bit further, again, I've recently put on a webinar with the ASFMRA, the American Society of Farm Managers and Rural Appraisers, along with MAI and ARA Don Fisher out of New York. And we've presented information about the methodology to the, a national audience, as well as all other appraisers for the most part, about our research on these topics. And again, the ASFMRA, they are actually advocating solar as a good mix of uses to be put in rural areas. And that the reason they go for that is, one, it provides an additional use for agricultural land that adds to the mix of revenue sources that could be there. It's a very reliable resource for local farmers when they have those and they do the leases. But also it lets the land lay fallow, because solar farm by its nature is a temporary use. At the end of the life, it can be removed and returned to agricultural use. And so the ASFMRA sees it as a way of actually preserving farmland for the future. I'd be happy to go into greater detail about the study or answer any questions.
Anybody, questions?
No, sir.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Good evening. My name is Kara Drain. I'm a senior project manager with Collier's Engineering and Design out of Charlotte. The address is 5275 Parkway Plaza Boulevard. My over 30-year career in planning has included experience at the municipal, county, and regional levels of government. And I've been certified by the American Institute of Certified Planners for over 25 years. So tonight, you have a copy of my report in your binder. And so my report shows point for point how Coastal Pines Solar meets and in some cases exceeds the development regulations for Pender County. So the proposed use will comply with all applicable development regulations and standards. And by meeting these adopted standards, it is further evidence that this use is harmonious as a matter of law. Harmony does not mean that the use looks like other uses in the area. Harmony means that two different uses can coexist without one use unreasonably interfering with the other. Solar farms possess all the characteristics of a use that does not create disharmony. So the proposed use will not, the proposed use will not produce noise, light, odor, traffic, emissions of any kind, and it won't be visible because of the setbacks and vegetative buffers. As a low-intensity use, the proposed solar farm will complement the surrounding rural community. It will have no identifiable impacts on farming and agriculture, low-density residential, or natural resources. It also allows for the continued farming of the land surrounding the solar farm, maintaining the agricultural use. It is well screened, and it will serve as a good neighbor to the surrounding low-density rural area. The proposed development will be consistent with the Pender County Comprehensive Land Use Plan. My report includes numerous ways that this project is consistent with the land use plan. This includes being in accordance with the intended future land use for rural agriculture. It supports the goals for maintaining rural atmosphere, natural resources, and agriculture, and it is in harmony with the adjacent rural, residential, and agricultural uses. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have regarding the special use permit standards.
I have a question. How is a 7-foot, 2,360 acre fence harmonious with nature and wildlife?
So the fence is actually inside the buffer, if I'm stating that correctly. So the fence will not even be visible, but the fence itself it allows for small animals to pass, and so it allows for wildlife to they can move about the solar farm.
So they can go inside and eat the grass? The little ones can?
There's grass under the under the panels, yes, ma'am.
Okay. Are you familiar with the current use of this property?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you been to the site?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. I don't have anything else.
Okay, anybody else? All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Michael Graham. I live at 278 Wilder Road West, Bentonville, South Carolina. What I'm here to talk about is what goes on out there in that field. How you go out there and make it happen. Who it takes to go and do it. It's a good thing for your community because it brings some good jobs. I live near a solar farm myself. Got property adjacent to a solar farm in Richmond County. But it doesn't take 4-year degree people to go out there and make them some good money and work. It takes teamwork. It's safe. If you listen to the rules and regulations, it's a good, safe job. It's not a real hard job because you're using machines for the most part. I'm an equipment operator. I've been doing solar farms since 14. Good, good bit of places. So I can take the young people from the community who don't know nothing. I mean, green people. And before it's over, some of them people going to continue on with this. They're going to have a little education. They're going to have some experience. They're going to have a skill. That's how I started, very green. Really didn't know much about the equipment I run. Just went to school and then started working. But over the time, I learned. I know what it takes from the beginning to the end to get it put up. I know how to do it safely. I know how to work with people. And I can teach the people that's able-bodied to go out there and do it and enjoy it and earn some money and go further with it. So it's a plus for your community. You're gonna make some money while we're building it, then it's gonna produce money down the line. So that's about basically what I can say about it. And if you got any questions, I'd be glad to answer.
When you're talking about jobs in the community, you're talking about jobs setting up the farm?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
So once that farm is set up, there aren't any more jobs there after that?
Not there at that particular place, but then you got a person who might have not known anything about electricity or anything about erections and to set these things up. they'll go further and can work on other farms, because they're
Sure.
gonna be built in the future.
Sure.
And, as I said, no telling how many people out of there learn. Some people take interest, some don't. But
So is
some
that?
people can go further with it, you know?
Yes, sir. So I appreciate what you're saying. So, is that typically the quality of labor that we have putting these solar farms up?
You're gonna have some licensed electricians. You're gonna have some equipment operators, but basically it's just a labor force made out of 2 to 3 people teams to put up panels. One
So-
set will go through there and put up the piles, which are the posts.
Yes.
Then you got other things on arms on them that are called east-west. Then you got another set. And it's a good thing. It doesn't take real engineers to go out there and make it happen.
Yes, sir. So you live beside a solar farm?
Well, no, ma'am, not
Or
beside
on
it,
a-
near it.
I'm sorry?
Near it. My property is adjacent to it, probably about maybe 1,000 yards.
Okay, thank you.
They're quiet, they don't smell. Once you get the boundaries to grow back, you can rarely see them. So,
Was there any community concern when the solar farm were located in your community where you live at?
yes, sir. Just about like this, people new to it, not knowing exactly. Most people were scared of radiation and stuff. And you have to be taught about it. And explain just like this meeting was. These folks that explained it to you already, this is the same thing that went on in my community.
Are you concerned about who's teaching you and the delivery of the information might be biased?
No. I've been, like I said, I started doing solar farms in 2014, Bisco, North Carolina. And from what I learned so far, I haven't learned anything to frighten me. I haven't seen anything out there to frighten me. And I see solar farms all over the place and know other people that live near them and hadn't heard any type of that stuff, that for you to be afraid of it.
You know anybody that's been involved in decommissioning a solar farm?
No, ma'am. I've never known of one to run out.
That's our problem.
Not yet. I
That's
figure
right.
that'll be a long way down the road.
Yes, sir.
Yes,
Yes, sir.
ma'am.
Thank you.
So you work for this company currently, is that correct?
No, I'm a consultant with Pine Gate Renewal. I'm semi-retired. I do about what I want to do, but I'll go work at one close to me. My mother's 81 years old. I don't want to get far away anymore. So I'll go, say, like a 45-minute ride to work some. I did go work for one in Eastover, South Carolina, which is about an hour and a half for me. I worked there maybe about 7 weeks. And like I said, I'm semi-retired, but I'm still in pretty good shape, so I'll go out and do something.
So in your consultant role, do you have an agreement to make these presentations quite frequently to groups when this group come before to present?
Yes, sir. It happens probably every 2 or 3 months or 3 or 4 months or something. It's not consistent, just say once a month or nothing.
So they use you as farm labor and then take you on the road to present as well, is
No,
that
they
correct?
don't use me as farm labor.
Oh,
I've
I'm
never worked for
sorry. I
them
thought
as
you said
farm
you worked
labor.
on the, I thought you said you worked on the,
Not for this company.
okay. Okay, just trying to get an understanding of
Yes,
your
sir.
role
I've worked
as
for-
a consultant.
I work in the field as an equipment operator from one end to the other. And the reason I'm doing this consulting, because I met Mr. Terrell when he was doing some litigating in my county. And I told him what I know and what I could do, and I joined up with him.
Thank you.
Anybody else have a question? I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, we've come to the end of our presentation. I'll make a couple of very brief points. First of all, Mr. Graham came on as a volunteer the very first time he came to a hearing to speak on a solar farm's behalf. It was for a different company. He does not work for Birch Creek, and he is compensated. now because he has asked to participate, and we have welcomed him on because he tells a story and has a perspective that nobody else on this team does. The other point is there are approximately 800 solar farms that have been approved in North Carolina. Of those solar farms, probably 700 to 725 are approved by special use permits, where the county or municipality have made the findings based on the evidence that the solar farm will not materially harm health or safety and is a harmonious use. We believe that we have submitted competent material and substantial evidence on each of your standards that are in your ordinance, but I would like to supplement them with 3 additional conditions. First would be that no PFAS shall be in any of the panels. Number 2, that wildlife permeable fencing shall be used. And 3, I will repeat that we would like to have a 36 month period to start construction to get to that point. Now, I do tender and would like the board to accept all of these witnesses as experts in the field for which they were tendered, and we are ready now to proceed to the second part. And I don't hope to be here to cross-examine or to ask questions of witnesses. We like not to do that, but I may exercise the right of rebuttal at the end.
So, clarification, Mr. Attorney, I haven't seen CVs, I've taken their word for it, I'm not seeing anything or had an opportunity to cross-examine or question or have anyone have their bona fides out on the table. So as to his comment that he would like to submit all these folks as experts in their field, I would take exception for myself. That
Well, and
I don't
if
think
that- I
an
think-
opportunity was not.
And Mr. Attorney, the professional credentials were overviewed by each person when they spoke. Mr. Kirkland, for example, has testified at over 1,000 or done 1,000 studies of solar farms. These are in the report.
So how about Mr. Bobby?
You mean Michael Graham?
Michael Graham.
Mr. Graham is an expert on what it's like to live or have property near a solar farm, and he's an expert on the construction process of a solar farm. So I do tender him as such, but if you
Mr.
prefer.
Carroll, there's gonna have to be something more on being an expert living near a solar farm. Because, again, I've read the cases too, the one in Robinson County, the people that said they lived near one and they thought it was ugly, that didn't count.
That's
So,
right. Let's ignore Mr. Graham because he doesn't come here with a professional engineering degree.
But he's
Jennifer
a very
Lester-
nice man, and I enjoyed hearing from him.
Okay, thank you.
And I wouldn't bring him here, and then say ignore him. We were just asking questions, how degrading.
No, we are proud to have Mr. Graham here to prevent.
Very offensive.
He is here because he has a perspective that nobody else on this team has. And he has been a valuable member of this team. As to the expertise, Jennifer Lester is a professional civil engineer.
Yes, sir, I think you reserved time for rebuttal, and I think we have a lot of people in the public that would like to have something to say, so.
I would like, though, to have a ruling on their expertise in their areas of
we
in
can
their
address
fields
that
as
at the time of rebuttal and
Okay.
go over with that and what's there. Proceeding, I wasn't sure if you wanted to break now or if you want me to go ahead and proceed with the people.
I think that our public, our citizens have sat here
Long
through a
enough.
very long presentation. If they want to be heard now, I think
Please
we should
hear.
hear.
Please hear.
People in opposition?
I have no idea. But we got a list of people. We got about 6. I think there may be another sign up or 2 out there.
Okay.
Charles Rooks
Charles Rooks. I reside 105 North Bennett Street. I'm a lifelong resident of Pender County. Agriculture is my background, and I've been a business owner for 50-some years. I have a question about the special use permit in RA because of the fact that how it's determined, I don't know, but you would think that a solar farm would be light industrial. And a special use permit in rural agriculture zoning is one of the things I question. You know, that's something that the zoning people and planning people, I guess, have to determine that. But I haven't heard anything about how much wetlands are in this 2,000 acres. From an agriculture standpoint, we're not allowed to clear land to raise crops. And I question why we should be able to clear land and take it out of timber production to be able to put a solar farm on it. One of the other questions I have is about I know I've heard there's two different business names named LLCs, and I've heard something mentioned about bonding. And my concern is, from a disposal standpoint, if something happens, and heaven forbid that this solar farm just collapses, is this county assured that there's enough bonding, no matter what happens, whether there's a bankruptcy or whatever, that this county, the disposal and to be able to put this property back in its present use is going to be taken care of? I have had one, factual things. I know it's supposed to be quasi-judicial, and I'm just making comments basically, but the first speaker commented about there were two substations. Well, whenever we get information that's incorrect, I wonder about other information. One of the substations at Shiloh and Pender Lee. And I think he said the other substation was on Piney Woods, but I don't know where that one's at.
Is that a question to me?
Yes, question. Where's the second substation?
I have been to the site. That was asked to somebody else and took the photographs. It is my memory that that was on Piney Woods. If it's not on Piney Woods, it is on a road that's very close to the site.
Okay, well, I understand the substation I think would be close would be 421 and 53. So I appreciate your time.
Thank you,
Questions from
Mr.
Mr.
Wilkes.
Rooks?
Thank you, Mr. Rooks.
Wesley Wooten?
Good evening, everybody. I'm Wesley Wooten. I know a lot of y'all recognize a lot of familiar faces tonight, and we've been here with special use permits before.
Could you state your address, please, Mr. Wooten?
My address is 8155 Malpas Corner Road.
Thank you, sir.
I own about 700 acres directly adjacent to this site. I did receive the letter from Fox Rothschild and would like to take a few minutes to go over some of the things in that letter. The first thing that I realized is it is a rural area. It's light on residential development. I think it was disingenuous for them only to send it to adjacent property owners or adjacent residents, knowing the limited number of residents in the area. Something like a 10-mile radius would have been much more effective. There's a lot of people here tonight, a lot of members of our community who are very concerned, might not have known about this. But I want to talk about 3 points. The first is jobs and economic growth. Solar farms are terrible for jobs and economic growth. We know we need good jobs in Pender County. We've traditionally been agriculture. We're getting a lot of construction on the east side of the county. And what does this do to produce good jobs for our residents? Okay. Mr. Graham here made a wonderful presentation that it's a good job for about 9 months, and then you got to travel an hour or two away if you won't work. That's not what we want in Pender County. We want reliable, good jobs. I read through this letter, and one of the things that jumped out to me continuously about the job was a limited amount of traffic. That to me means there's no commerce. No traffic equals no business equals no jobs. This is not going to bring jobs to Pender County. Second thing I want to talk about is the environmental concerns. Y'all have asked a lot of questions tonight. We know that there's a lot of environmental concerns. 2 years ago, I was on a solar farm in Bladen County, just west of here, for 2 months pumping concrete in the ground. The engineers didn't realize how high the water table was. The equipment for the solar company could not stand up. They called us in under an emergency situation, and we trucked 18-wheeler load and 18-wheeler load of Portland cement in, and we pumped it in the ground, and that ground will be an industrial wasteland forever. I did it myself. I was there. When it comes to the environmental impacts, we've got to go over. We don't know what they leach out of the ground. Stanley County just passed a solar ordinance. They've got to put ground monitoring wells on the solar farms. They don't know what's leaching out of the panels over time. Mr. McCoy talked about our Chinese panels. I'm sure that's where they come from. There could be PFAS. We've dealt with that with the Gen X and the Forever chemicals. I read where Mr. Terrell, he has permitted mines, quarries, landfill, industrial parks. I wish he was here under those circumstances, because that all brings jobs, but we don't want solar farms. We want to talk about the impact on residents. How about quality of life? Let's start going through their letter here. And it's a shame that everybody in Pender County didn't get this letter. How did we get here? What's the history of that land? A lot of y'all remember we've grown up. We're all from Pender County, a lot of us. Sean, Don, Charles, Jimmy,
Absolutely.
Jackie. We all grew up here. We hunted on this land. We grew up on this land. We farmed it. We cropped tobacco on that land. Agriculture and timber companies are diversifying. This is not an agricultural company. This is a Dutch investment firm. About 20 years ago, the IRS kind of punished timber companies, and they decided they would sell the land, lease it back to grow timber to an investment company. We all look on the tax maps, we see RMS, Resource Management Service. They manage the land for Red Mountain Timber. Red Mountain Timber is a Dutch investment firm. Please correct me if I'm wrong. They are looking to maximize their dollar off of Pender County land without concern for the economic impact or jobs on Pender County citizens. This solar farm will not provide any Pender County jobs. It will put a risk on our groundwater and aquifer supplies. It will also forever be a wasteland. There's several things these gentlemen have presented tonight. We know what driving a post, the amount of wire, the amount of concrete that's going to go around those substations, those transformers. That land will never be put back into agricultural timber without extensive remediation. Currently, I'm working on the old Camp Davis site over in Holly Ridge with my equipment. The old roads and the infrastructure that's buried in the ground has pretty much determined a full remediation of that land. From what I've seen on the solar farms I've been on, that's the case on all of them. The fact that you say that this land could go back into production is, frankly, you lack agricultural knowledge. You know, I'm involved in some agriculture and construction, and the soil structure was so damaged after an event like this, it will never produce again. So the question is, what does it become, and what opportunities have we lost in the future? Not to pick on Mr. Graham from Richmond and Scotland County, that's one of the poorest areas of the state. Maybe that's a good place for solar. We're a growing county. We've got an economic future. We're on the coast. You know, if you were out in Rockingham, solar might be the best thing coming to that area, but I hope that's not Pender County. We want to talk about runoff. Our engineer from Johnston County here, we talked about groundwater and stormwater runoff. Anybody with any experience in Pender County, you know we're heavy coastal rains and hurricanes. Those panels are just like a parking lot. Water is going to run off. We know that a matured pine tree pumps about 400 gallons of water a day out of the ground. This project, removing those trees, it is gonna channelize water into our local streams. Will it cause flooding to neighboring property owners in heavy rains? I feel certain. He said only 3% is gonna be impervious surface, your roads, and so forth. 3% of that land equates to about 6 million gallons of water that's not gonna become runoff at an acre-inch calculation in a 3-inch rain. We routinely have 5 and 6-inch downpours in Pender County. The timber use is gonna mitigate the effects of the storms, hurricanes, or just heavy storms in general. We talked about the Stanley County ordinance that requires ground monitoring wells, okay? We talked about traffic, I mentioned that. I don't think anybody's gonna get a good job off of this. And it's gonna hurt a lot of people's way of life in Pender County. Not to pick on Mr. Graham, he drove 2 hours to come testify how great living next to a solar farm was. This solar farm's so bad for Pender County, they couldn't even hire Pender County Council to make the presentation. If I was gonna be in this solar farm business, and I was in Mr. Terrell's shoes, I'd have had Rep. Pollock sitting next to me and a whole line of Pender County residents who live next to a solar farm, because we got them in Pender County. But none of them showed up tonight to talk about how great it was to live next to a solar farm. The Texas oil billionaire recently said, Wall Street keeps telling us we're gonna run everything off the sun, wind, reindeer, and unicorns. And I think that's where we are tonight. It said, look, everything they've told you is the assertion this is no good for Pender County. We're not getting any good jobs. We're destroying jobs in agriculture, forestry, wildlife management, and we're destroying recreational opportunities. And my favorite statement, he actually insulted the farmers by saying taxes on farmland don't build schools. Well, last time I was here, we were here talking about all the money that gets handed out to the farmers in this state and in this county and what they do for the Pender County economy. Agriculture is still our largest industry in this county. Tourism, people tout it, but we know those aren't good paying jobs. The blueberry farmers, the poultry and the hog industry, they pay the salaries of most of the working people in this county, especially on the western side. Farmland might not pay enough taxes to build schools, but it never put any strain on the school system. And just to close, what do we want Pender County to look like? I've been through Nash County. I'll go all over the state. I've seen the solar farms in Richmond County, Nash County. But where do we stop? If we don't stop this, we're gonna look like some kind of apocalyptic wasteland when we ride down the road and there's nothing but solar farms, and the economic opportunities that land might later provide will be lost forever. And I'm gonna ask you to tell them, no, we don't want this in Pender County. They had to get a guy from Atlanta to come up here and tell us how great it was, an appraiser who probably doesn't own an acre in Pender County. And I own a lot. I own about 2,000 acres in Pender County now. I don't want it. I don't want him as my neighbor. I don't think it's going to give anybody a good opportunity. They're going to come in here, they're going to develop it, and they're going to sit back and get a check mailed to Birmingham, Alabama, or Atlanta, Georgia, or New York City for the next 30 years. And Mr. Rooks raised a great point. If they go bankrupt, who's left to clean up the mess? Well, we don't know. Nobody's been able to tell me yet. You know, my uncle was head of the Farm Bureau in the state. And I always ask the question, when little Miss Smith gets a call from a solar panel company or solar farm, and they put a farm on her land, and the check comes from a LLC out of Chapel Hill, and it's owned by a subsidiary out of California, one day that check stops coming, who's she gonna call? Who's gonna come? You know, I do business in Pender County. If I make a contract with Mr. Tate or Sean Wells, I got something to lose if I don't stand behind it. And that's, no one's ever been able to tell me who's gonna come clean up these solar farms if they go defunct in Pender County. And I'll close with that. Thank you.
I have 3 questions, if I may.
No, well,
The
he's
first
allowed to
question-
cross-examine.
Is it,
If you, are you?
yes, I want to ask him 3 questions.
Okay.
The first question is, do you have any scientific basis for concluding
You need to come
that
back up
something
to
will
the
leach out of the panels? The second is, do you have any scientific basis to say that there will be a risk to water supplies? And number 3, do you have any engineering calculations to support your statement that there will be flooding from these panels? Or is it your opinion?
I didn't make an opinion on whether or not PFAS, rare earth minerals, which would be things like cadmium, mercury, zinc, would leach out. All I said was Stanley County, North Carolina, has passed an ordinance requiring groundwater testing around it. That's a fact. They passed a county ordinance. Second thing you asked me was about,
Do you have any scientific basis or evidence to support your claim that there will be a risk to water supplies?
we don't know. That was the whole point. We don't know. Those studies hadn't been concluded. I think there's an ongoing study up around Stanley County or central part of the state to find this out. We don't know. The third calculation asks about my offhand math on acre inches of water. It's about 26,000 gallons, roughly, inch of rain per acre. So if on 2,300 and some odd acres, someone break out their calculator, if the permeability of the soil is affected by even a fraction, we're talking about millions of gallons of rainwater per inch. Now, we all know that the engineers are going to come up with some calculations, and there's going to be some soil scientists. I work with soil scientists on a daily basis. I guarantee you we can find a soil scientist that will contradict that. But, you know, I don't do this for a living. I'm sure Mr. Terrell's got a good budget to prepare his conversation tonight. I took it on my own time out of my day of work to prepare my notes. And the last thing I'm going to leave with is the engineers were wrong in Bladen County. They had to pump concrete in the soil to build the solar farm. I was there. I'll be happy to go over there and show you the solar farm. It's called soil stabilization. The equipment couldn't stand up to get into the rows. So they had to go between every row of solar panels, and they plowed cement in to stabilize the soil. Then when it dried, we actually activated it with lime. That's how the concrete was activated, with the moisture in the soil. Then the equipment could stand up to get it in. That land will forever be a wasteland with the amount of concrete that was put in the ground.
If I could clarify, are you a civil engineer, and do those calculations?
I'm a lawyer and a farmer.
Did those calculations include any engineering data according to any engineering standard?
You gave me the fact that there were 72 acres of impervious surface in your notes. On a 3-inch rain, that's about 5.6 million gallons of additional runoff the site's creating.
Does that include any best management practices for containing or channeling or handling floodwater?
I think leaving it in forest land would be the best practice to maintain those floodwaters.
Larry Eakins?
Larry Akins.
I'm trying to get up. I'm about hurt, this won't take me a second, then I'm on, let everybody else.
Can you come up to the
Yes,
podium?
I can.
Thank you. Introduce yourself, please.
Larry Akins, live over on 421.
Yes, sir. What would you like to say?
Oh, I've heard quite a bit here tonight. And I have enjoyed what I've learned about what I've heard. But I still haven't heard anything to convince me we need solar panels. They're not that efficient. And just what the gentleman just said back there, I agree with 100%. And I would urge y'all to reject it. That's all I got.
Okay,
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hayes.
Don Rawls?
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen.
Good evening.
I'm Don Ross. I live in Penderley, 1811 Lake Road, Watha, North Carolina. I got a letter. I own property within 500 feet. I got a letter from the attorney. I also got a letter from the planning department. I'm speaking solely I'm not speaking in a soil and water capacity. I'm speaking as a farmer living in northern Pender County. There's a strip of land in Pender County. If you go up north of English Town Road and you take a northerly trek, you're going to go through Penderley, you're going to go through Burgaw, and you're going to go through St. Helena. It's about 5 or 6 miles wide. There's 3 soil types in there. It's either Liddell silt loam, a Exum, or a Grantham. The property site that's being discussed here tonight is a Liddell silt loam and a Grantham. I farm in Penderley. 95% of it is a Liddell silt loam soil. It is very good farmland. In 1985, the USDA came out with a farm bill called the Swamp Buster Act. That farm bill said, "You shall not clear no more farmland in Pender County because it is a wetland." The farmland that I now tend, if you go to the FSA office and look it up, yours too, David, it will have a PC on it.
Yeah, I know.
That means it is prior converted for the 1985 Swamp Buster Act. What I do not, we have these large tracts of land in Pender County, farm timberland, just timberland. The reason this tract of land is available and it's open land is because it's been protected by the 1985 Farm Bill. Farmers have not been allowed, if I purchased part of that property as a farmer, went in there and ditched it and drained it, U.S. Corps of Engineers would have me. I can't put a traco in it, but yet you can go in there, cut this timber down, put it in piles, burn it, ditch it, redivert the water systems in it, and put a solar farm on it. I'm not against solar farms. This farm tract of land has a transmission line coming through it, and it's a big tract of land. That's the seller. And it's been protected that way because it was wetlands in Pender County. I, as a farmer, do not understand why you can come and do some other kind of industry on this land, and me as a farmer not be able to do it for 38 years, since 1985. By the way, I didn't give any credentials. I know all of you. I was born right over there in Burgaw Hospital, and I've been here my whole life. I'm a farmer. That's my credentials. It's not right for farmers to live by one set of standards and energy industries have another set of rules. I would love to see a solar farm up on a sand bluff somewhere that can't grow an oak tree. That's the perfect place to put it. But it's hard to find those pieces of property because they weren't protected by and they're full of residential now. I am against putting this solar farm in Penderley. I've got a tract of land within 500 feet of this. Am I going out tomorrow buying 6,000 acres and trying to clear it and farm it? No, I'm not going to. But we haven't been able to do it for 38 years because of a USDA farm bill. And now you come in here with another set of rules saying it's okay. They don't harvest the timber. They dig it up, they pile it, and burn it. Because it's got to be fast. And I have a problem with that. Give me 2,300 acres. You know what you could do with that 2,300 acres if you ditched it and farm it? You could grow enough grain on it, take the farm that I have that's within 500, take that yield that came off of it this year. You could grow enough feed grades on there. They talked about the amount of energy they produce. We could grow enough feed grains on there on that 2,300 acres to grow 6 million pounds of chicken. Do not let it come in here. Agriculture's still number one.
Thank you, Don.
John, thank you for also sharing with us about the Farm Act of 1985. You know, I still own my family farm, and I didn't know that that existed. And so I'm real glad. I too have issues with that.
Last two names on this sheet, I'm gonna have trouble making out. Maybe Sean or Sharon Wells?
Sean Wells, that's my classmate. Sean.
Commissioners, thank you. My name's Sean Wells. I live at 5890 Penley Highway, which should be right adjacent to one of the main entrances to this. I own the chicken farm. Lived here my whole life, went to school, grew up. Wesley, Mr. Don said it all. I mean, there's no benefit for the county. If you take away jobs locally from like David Hutchinson, Andrews Logan, all the timber companies cutting this timber, living on a yearly basis cutting it. Ain't nobody, you mentioned a little bit about the wildlife. Ain't no bear or no deer gonna go through a little hole in the fence. And my little girl, and there's other people here, I'm gonna mention that, they love going out there on Saturdays hunting. They enjoy it. A lot of them killed their first deer in that club. A lot of us grew up in that club. And a lot of the kids are already upset about it. So it has a lot of sentimental value to people in the local. And I just, like I said, we don't need to approve it because it's just no good for our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
I have no idea what this name is.
Yeah, read it.
No. I'll pass it if anybody can read it. Last name on the list.
Is that James something?
Yeah, that's me.
Okay.
You must have talked.
Yeah, unfortunately, we got to get you on the record, so.
My name's James Cooper. I live at 4491 Highsmith Road. I'm one of the guys Sean talks about that enjoyed that place, have for 25 years. One of the things that I've heard them say is they've done wetlands delineation and all. But we've been in a drought for 2 or 3 years now. I've been in that place for 25 years. There is, I would say 60%, maybe more of that place is wetlands. I mean, most of the time you in water. You know, what they're doing now is great. I'm in the construction business. I build housing projects, shopping centers, Wilmington. I've done a lot in Pender County. So I know what I'm talking about. This has been a dry few years, and if they've done wetlands delineation and all that now, then they messed up. I promise you. And I've been in the construction business 46 years. So if there's somebody got more experience than me, I ain't never met. But anyway, I thank y'all. I think we ought to do away with this. We got enough solar farms in Pender County, and I don't see as they do the public any good. They talk about it'll do 50,000 houses. I don't believe it's 50,000 houses in Pender County, but you know, this is for somebody else. It ain't for us. Thank y'all.
Thank you.
Amory Wells.
Thank you, Commissioners. Can y'all hear me all right? Kind of soft-spoken. I know I'm a big guy. Amory Wells, 4891 Horse Branch Road, a lifelong resident of Pender County, with the exception of about 5 years working in New Hanover County and a couple of years going to Wayne Community College in Goldsboro. Retired forest ranger, forest law enforcement officer, certified fire investigator. I do enjoy the land that's being discussed. I hunt it at Huntington when it was game lands. We're going back, I was born in 71, in the mid-70s. I can remember hunting on that land. I respect these folks' right as property owners or potential or future property owners to do with that land, to make money, earn a living, and so forth. I do respect that, but I do hate to see that large-scale land conversion, 2,600, 2,500-ish acres, I believe it is. I think there's, when I worked here in Pender County as a forest ranger in the early 90s, I think we had about 300,000 acres of timberland in this county. So we're losing, I don't know what we have now. I just do hate to see it happen. And if you're looking for a word in the crowd or a voice in the crowd that would even if you can legally support not allowing this land conversion to happen, you got a word from me to say for it not to happen. That's all I had to say, and I appreciate your time. And forgive me, it was truly a last-minute decision to come here tonight. I was going to the fire department to a meeting. I said, I'm going to come and voice my opinion.
Well, thanks for your effort. We appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr.
Means a
Wells.
lot.
Chris McDonald.
Commissioners of Pender County, my name is Chris McDonald. I live at 3391 Shiloh Road. Most of my questions tonight have already been answered. I do have concerns about the water runoff. I believe Mr. Wooten spoke to pine tree, a mature pine tree, 30 to 40 years old, will drink 400 gallons of water in a day. I can tell you that I've lived at that address for 26, 27 years now. On all four corners of where this project is being considered, there's already water backup, and that's with 6,000 acres of pine trees drinking water. So I don't really know what you could do if you removed all that vegetation to rechannel that water anywhere. But every creek in that area, every river in this county is already overloaded anytime there's a bad storm. So, for instance, the intersection of Highway 53 and Horse Branch Road. I don't know who owns the plot of land across from the senior parking lot, but it was under about 4 feet of water during Florence. Pender High School's senior parking lot was under probably 2 feet of water during Florence. If you go east of there to Penderley Highway, the new bridge that they built when you come into the town limits on Penderley Highway, that new bridge was under about 2.5 feet of water. If you go out towards Penderley, you're going to find water. You're going to find water out near Penderley School. If you turn left and go down Shiloh Road, you're going to find water right there at Futch's Creek, where my property line is on one side. You're going to find it in the curve down towards your land, Miss Newton. On the other side, there ain't anywhere for that water to go. And if you take away that pine crop that's there now, it's just going to cause more problems for the people that have to live there. I have no intention. I've been there for the last 26, 27 years. I don't have any intention of going anywhere. That's going to be my problem, not an investor's. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McDonald.
Those are all the sign-ups, Mr. Chairman.
That's all.
Yes, sir.
Any more comments?
Is this time for rebuttal and or closing?
Yeah, briefly.
It will be brief. It may surprise you to hear me say this, but I am a farmer. Like Mr. Wooten, I am a lawyer and a farmer. I'm a managing member of a beef cattle farm at 752 acres. I grew up on this farm. I have done everything you can do with barns and fencing and cows, and I will tell you that when you own all the land, when you own all of your equipment, you are still at the mercy of the weather. You are still at the mercy of market prices that you don't control. You are still at the mercy of taxes, insurance, and other costs, and it is hard to break even when you own everything. And diversification, whether it's through leasing a part of it for a cell tower or a solar farm, is a necessity so that you can keep that land in your family. Now, that is not the situation with Evergreen But I only say it because I understand the emotion of farming. Mr. Sandifer has helped me reach out to solar companies so that we could put a solar farm on no one on our tract could be able to see it. But it's all about diversification. It's about property rights to us. But for tonight, none of that, that's my concern with my land and my farm, is relevant. The only thing that is relevant are the 8 standards that are in your ordinance. That is the law. We have to present evidence to you that's competent, which I submit to you with these experts who are trained in what they do, that it's very competent, it's on point. It has to be material. It has to be to address the issues, and it has to be substantial. And that notebook, which we tender as evidence, is substantial. So I submit that Coastal Pine Solar has met the standards of your ordinance, and under several North Carolina Supreme Court cases, it has become entitled to a permit. It's not a term that a board likes to hear, but that is the term used by the North Carolina Supreme Court because we have shown evidence that tends to prove that this company has met the standards. And with that, I conclude.
Thank you. Do you have any more questions? All right, I will accept the motion approval for item 20.2.
No, are you ready for comments?
I'm sorry?
Are you ready for some comments?
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. I
For
didn't see that.
discussion?
All right. I'm sorry, I didn't hear comments.
Yes, yes. So, I too respect property rights and an owner's right to do with his property what he chooses to do, as long as it, and this is the exception, as long as it doesn't impact adversely the environment or it doesn't cause harm to your neighbors. I live in this area. I'm 5th generation on the land that I live on. My great-grandmother had the fish hatchery along down further the road where this project is proposed. I moved back to Pender to live full-time since 2010, and during that time I've seen a great advancement in our in our wildlife, our wild turkeys, fox. It's a beautiful place to live. Plus, I was very happy to hear about the history of the 1985 land bank, like you.
Mm-hmm.
As a commissioner, we have a problem finding land to build on because so much of it's wetlands. Now, I know for a fact that if we have a heavy sudden rain, I can't get to Penderley Highway from my house because of the creek there in the curve. I'm concerned about the clear cutting of these trees, and I'm concerned about the runoff. I think it's our policy here in Pender County, and it has been, as evidenced by our recent affiliation with American Flood Coalition, that we're doing a lot of things differently. And one of the things and the policies that we have here in Pender County in doing things differently is trying to be more resilient. We are in a known flood area there in that location. Clear cutting 2,500 acres of timber plus for this project is not going to be healthy for us with the runoff and the flooding issues that we have in that area. Also, I was very taken aback when their environmentalist specialist had not given a thought to our water table or any of issues pertaining to folks, or even knew whether or not we have well water and we do. It is very significant to me that there is at least one county that has seen fit to start monitoring their water. We're monitoring our wells, but we're monitoring them and pointing the finger at another industry. I'm like Mr. Rooks. I don't see this as a farm, quote unquote. I see this as light industry that has no business in a rural agricultural area. So those are my comments.
Somebody else have any comment?
I just agree with what Commissioner Newton just said everything she said in regards to the farmers. I've heard from a lot of them the last couple of days myself. And I certainly, the attorney has shared with us several times the rules and regulations regarding special use. Perhaps he didn't think we knew that, but we do. And so I think this is a great example of something that is not a good fit for in our RA district, as Ms. Newton just alluded to.
Thank you. Anybody else? I have a comment to make. I still live on my family farm just north of Burgaw, and I have concern too about how the land in Pender County is being used up, and there's a lot of farmland that's not being able to clear it, and so I also have a concern about this. So, anybody want to make a motion?
I will make a motion, Mrs. Mayor, and
Mr.
I
Brown.
think Commissioner Brown has a comment.
I'm
Yeah.
sorry.
It's okay.
Go ahead.
I haven't had a lot to say tonight. I've listened to a lot, but this is not our first rodeo with a solar farm. Wasn't sure where this was going to go in our county. A few years ago, when I experienced the first one, I was kind of hoping that we would be able to gather a little more information on solar farms. I had asked a couple of years ago to get some folks in here from maybe an opposing view or someone that could talk to us about what some of the negative aspects of the solar farms are as far as leakage, things of that nature. That never happened. And before we go, in my opinion, I think before we go any further with too many more solar farms in our county, I would like to hear from experts on the other side of the fence. I think that's something we have a right to hear from. So I wanted to take this opportunity just to bring that to y'all's attention. I don't think that we really reached out and had people to come in here to talk to us on the other side of this. And I think that's important going forward.
And I think we should make the distinction here that this is not a small acreage project. This is a utility-sized project that is proposed by a current non-landowner who has not and will not be in our county. So I'm ready for a motion anytime you are.
Okay. Special district too.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
You ready?
Mm-hmm.
I make a motion that we deny the special use process under condition 1, that the use is not similar in character to other activities or entities or endeavors as listed in that district. Under 2, that the requested use, the standard says, shall not impair the integrity or character of the surrounding or adjoining districts, and for a fact it will. When you clear cut that much timber in a wet area, it's going to have a devastating effect on the rest of us and the surrounding landholders. And further, that the proposed use shall not constitute a nuisance or hazard. And this is the titillating thing about solar farms. It's all nice and good until somebody, a campfire is good until somebody drops a weenie. well, we don't know what's gonna happen in 25, 30 years. And who's gonna be around to clean it up. And typically, when you have tanks stored in the ground and seepage, you have government, having to clean it up on the backs of the taxpayers, and that's not right. So I would ask that, and I would move that we deny this special use application.
Have a second, okay.
Yes, sir.
We got a second. All for the motion? Vote. Unanimous?
Mr. Chairman, may I make a request that Travis and I be allowed to work on a written order for this and submit it back to the board for approval? It's late, and I wouldn't want to try to make the full summation of facts and that kind of thing.
But structure it around standards 1 through 3.
Yes, ma'am. No, we've got that, but I'm just saying I don't want to try to, or ask the board to go through
I'd
and
like to
state every
see it
fact. Yes,
before
oh, yes, ma'am, no, we
Okay,
will.
thank you. I do have a motion for adjournment.
Motion
Motion.
to
All right, unanimous.